Patrick Sarnich making it happen on the Joker Boy already. Get that out of the way. Here comes your leader, Coy Curtis. Curtis out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona on that 155 Yamaha. He's sponsored by TC Racing, Frederico, Demolition, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, DASA Racing, Works Racing, Hot Products, and 60. And your leader picking up the Joker, getting it done. Race 5 to the line, Sports Stock. Sports Stock to the line, race number 5. Down the front straightaway. Coy Curtis stretching his lead. Dustin Moss hanging in there. Those two leaving the rest of the field. Here comes Will Scruggs in that third position. Taylor Stewart in fourth. Battle for fifth here. Tricky Sarnich getting there right ahead of Tegan Hill. All right, top three on the track have all taken the Joker Boy, so it's a head-to-head race. Taylor Curtis got a quarter lap lead right now. Halfway flags are out. He continues to extend. Behind him, Dustin Moss having a great ride. He's on fire. And Coy Curtis doing a sub 54 second lap on that stand-up. Great job by him. Here comes Tegan Hill trying to make the pass on Patrick Sarnich. Hill going to the inside. Patrick wide on the outside. Does a little butt drag. That slowed him down, and there goes Hill. Curtis down the front straightaway. Coy will have over the front straightaway lead as he heads out to the right side of the course. Dustin Moss just onto the front straightaway now, secure in that second position. In third, Will Scruggs. Will Scruggs out of Chickamauga, Georgia, sponsored by the Chattanooga Jet Ski Club. Taylor Stewart starting to reel in Scruggs just a little bit. Taylor Stewart, sponsored by the Pit Viper, Wiseco Jet Pilot, Cova Energy. Curtis continuing to circulate. The only real race out there now is for third, fourth, and fifth. And that race for third and fourth is Will Scruggs and Taylor Stewart. And Tegan Hill's coming up to join the fray. Look out, Taylor Stewart. Tegan Hill is a man on a mission, and Taylor Stewart digs in deep, and there goes Hill. Tegan Hill picking them off one at a time. Taylor Curtis getting the white flag. It's been a lonely race so far for Curtis. And And Dustin Voss now, about 20 seconds back in second position, gets the white flag. Will Scruggs holding the position, but look at Tegan Hill. Hill tearing up the inside, trying to make a move on Scruggs. Scruggs will have it, but Hill inching forward all the way around the track. And here comes Coy Curtis for the final time. How about a round of applause for the young man from Lake Havasu City, Arizona? Dustin Voss in a commendable second position, and those two way out in front. And look at this, Scruggs and Tegan Hill are going at it. Scruggs on the outside, Hill trying the inside, looking over a little too far, I think, and Scruggs, it's going to be close. Scruggs will have it. Tegan Hill coming in fourth position, Taylor Stewart in fifth. To the line, race number 5, Sports Stock on the number 13 out of Davie, Florida, Sammy Nimi. On the 36 out of Naples, Jax Hayden. On the 77 out of Aventura, Florida, Renato Cacciolo. On the number 93 out of Weberville, Michigan, Gary Berka. On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, Tori Snyder. On the 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia, the Iceman, Devin Farthing. On the 201, Christopher Landis. On the 222 out of West Park, Florida, Tom Killer Keller. On the 277 out of Micanopy, Florida, Matt Johnson. 331 out of Jacksonville, Sam Tyre. The 413 in Dakota Little out of Lakeville, New York on the 521. Talon Farthing, and rounding out the field on the 999, Dustin Murray. That's our lineup, Sports Stock Moto number 1. Kevin Scott looks down the line. Oh, look at this. Oh, man, they're moving over hard on the inside. Who's he going to be? Looks like Tori Snyder. Check that, Sammy Nimi. And on the outside, it's a Farthing, not sure which one. Oh, brother on brother right now. Devin on the inside, Talon on the outside. Devin looks over, make sure his brother is clear. It's Nimi, Farthing, Farthing. I believe that's Matt Johnson back there. We'll catch him later on, next trip around. Let's see who's going to get that Joker buoy first. Get it done. Race number 6. Race number 6, to the line, please. Juniors. Sammy Nimi leading this race. Far left-hand side of the course, down the main straightaway. He has got Devin Farthing. By the way, 18 years old today. It's a party. In third, Talon Farthing. There's Killer Keller in the 4th position. Tori Snyder in 5th. Nemi and Farthing going at it. We've seen this for 5 years now. These two battle like crazy on the track. They're buddies off the track. Sammy looks down. Don't know if he's hearing something underneath the hood of that boat, but Devin's inching forward here. Oh, Sammy continuing to look over his shoulder. I wonder if he's got an issue with that machine. Devin inching up, and the two front runners starting to leave, third and fourth. And Devin Farthing going to be the first one over there to take the Joker buoy. Sammy Nemi's got some distance. Any kind of team orders, I'd be telling him. Take that Joker buoy now. Oh, and Sammy slides sideways. He still holds on. He's going to lose the position. Wow, what a nice move by Devin to miss him. And by Talon. Oh, man, Sammy having a huge problem trying to get on that boat. So it's the Farthing brothers out front, followed by Torrey Snyder. And then Tom Keller. Snyder got by Keller, moved him back to fourth. So it's the birthday, I'd say birthday boy, but it's the birthday man, his 18th, Devin Farthing in the lead. Devin looked over his shoulder, sees his brother there. Those two have got quite a distance over third, fourth, and fifth. Halfway flags are out. Devin with the lead. Here comes Talon. Talon on the blaster hull. Devin on the HX hull. Keller up into third. Matt Johnson in fourth. Christopher Landis in fifth. Jax Hayden in sixth. Gary Berka back here in the pack, and here comes Sammy Nemi. Took forever for Nemi to get back on that thing and get it running. That's unfortunate. Devin Farthing out in front, backing it down just a little bit. Here comes Talon, and Talon, don't get too comfortable, because Tom Keller and Matt Johnson are coming up behind you. Johnson going to the outside, trying to keep his speed up. And I think that worked for Johnson. It definitely did. All right, sorry, folks. We ran out of power there for a little bit. On the line now, race number 6, Junior Ski Stock, 10 to 12. On the number 53, Gary Holbein. On the 139, Abby Weldon. On the 995, Jax Rowe. And Ski Stock 13 to 15, Tegan Hill. On the number 18, all right, here we go. Race number 6. Junior Ski Stock, 10 to 12 and 13-15. Gary Holbein on the outside, Jax Rowe on the inside. And Abby's going the wrong way. Jax on the inside, Gary on the outside. Oh, Gary just super quick out there. Uh-oh. And NASA just called us about a Weldon sighting. Race number 7 to the line, Pro-Am Ski GP. Race 7, Pro-Am Ski GP to the line. Gary Holbein coming off that back straightaway at Mach 7. Whoa! Just saves it. Good job, Gary. You got a lead, dude. Hang with it. Gary Holbein out front. Jax Rowe out there having a good drive. Gary Holbein taking the Joker boy, getting it handled. Looks like Abby Weldon has done that as well. Rowe, the only one, hadn't hit that yet, and there he goes. So, that's out of the way. It's mano a mano with Gary Holbein. Gary taking the outside, surprisingly. Thought he'd try the inside that time through. Jax Rowe making a move past Abby Weldon as Gary Holbein going to be coming off that back straightaway. Holbein, halfway flags out. One more time down the front straightaway. Gary tearing up that inside. He loves the inside. Jack's Row, 995, keeping it real. Gary Holbein coming from the inside. Oh! Gary taking a water test. Here comes Jack's Row. Row at speed. And Gary gets up and gets going safely. We appreciate that. Jack's Row. Got Gary Holbein in his sights. These two have battled in the past, and they are certainly battling now. Holbein to the outside, and Row's going to follow. They must think that's the quicker way around. We'll see throughout the day. There's Holbein and Row coming up. Gary able to pull a little more distance on that lap. Holbein getting the white flag, one lap to go. And Jack's Row off down at the beginning of the front straightaway. Looks like he's having an issue getting that thing going again. Here comes Jack's. Well, that's unfortunate. He and Gary were looking like they were going to have a good race together, but we'll see him a little bit later down the road. Gary Holbein with a strong performance at the win. Jack Schroe in second, Abby Weldon in third. On the line, race 7 Pro-Am Ski GP on the number 4 out of Syracuse, Indiana. Sponsored by Ignite Fuel, Jet Pilot, Bullet Racing, Z-Force Racing, Speed Racing, and Whole Lubricants, Z-Kime. On the number 13 out of Davie, Florida. Sponsored by Broward Motorsports, Cabrera Motorsports, Judge Motorsports, Jet Pilot, JetTrim, Shoei, and Works, Sammy Neme. On the 1-5 out of High Point, North Carolina, Commander Mounted. Sponsored by Easy Ski, Hitch Haulers, Fly Racing, STB Racing, JC Racing, Works, LIQUI-MOLY. That would be Matthew Ritchuk on the number 19 out of Apex, North Carolina. Sponsored by Hurricane Racing and Tapped Out Cycle, Callaway Turner. On the 44K out of Syracuse, Indiana. He's sponsored by Speed Racing, WCOT, BP Concepts, Jet Pilot, Z-Force Racing, Ultimate Watercross, Impros, Technical Services, Ignite Fuels and HBO Oils, Camden Powell. On the 44 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, on the bullet, Rafael Marin. Sponsored by XBJ Racing, Quakey Sense, Rick Roy Products, and Sector Industry. On the 51 out of Miramar, David Cabrera. Sponsored by Cabrera Motorsports. On the number 85 out of Biloxi, Mississippi, Jules Hopkins. Sponsored by Performance Jet Ski and Cycle, Commander Industries, HRT Racing, and Ross Products. On the 116 out of Ackworth, Georgia. He's sponsored by Farthing Racing, Jet Pilot, and JetTrim. It's his birthday, Iceman, Devin Farthing. On the number 300 out of Cordova, California, sponsored by CBA-X, Franco Vaccari. Out of San Diego on the 342, Commanders, sponsored by Tony Collingworth, Sunny Circle Homes, and Canyon Lake, Texas, Eric Swick. On the 417 out of Pensacola, Florida, sponsored by Riva Racing, Jet Pilot, Ross Products, Jet Blast Performance, Pensacola Motorsports, and Junior Stars of Florida, Brett Underhill. Rounding out the field out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Also sponsored by Tapped Out Cycles, Amsoil, Hurricane Racing, and JetTrim. On the 702, Jeb Zarzauer. That's our lineup, folks. Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto number 1, race number 7. Want to give a big shout out to Ray at Finn. Find it now. Keep your stuff yours. Come by and see down the front straightaway, Jules Hopkins with the early lead, followed by Cam Powell. And the 15 of Matthew Ritchik on the inside. Sammy Neme diving on the outside. Zeke Kime running through the inside. Woo! Oh, rider down front straightaway. And they hit the sausage boy. Jules Hopkins using the outside, still with the lead. Here comes Cam Powell. Powell going to the inside. Ritchik going outside. Oh, that worked well for Powell. He pulled up a couple of boat lengths on Jules. Jules Hopkins riding the wheels off that Commander. Hopkins continues to lead the battle for second and third. Richuk putting all the pressure on. Down the front straightaway, one more time. Here comes Hopkins. Battle for second and third going on. Sammy Nebe, followed by David Cabrera down the front straightaway. Zeke Kime, and he's got Brett Underhill in tow. Far left-hand side of the course, down the front straightaway. There goes Eric Swick, and here comes your leader. On the double four, that's Rafael Marin out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. In second, Jules Hopkins. In third, Cam Powell. In fourth, Matthew Richuk. Your leader, Rafael Marin, Rafael Marin out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Putting in the laps. Battle raging over there. Lauren making the pass on the outside, taking the outside split. Rafael Morin across the country. And here in Moto 1, he is out front, large and in charge. And he is starting to walk away from the rest of the field. In second now, Cam Powell. In third, Jules Hopkins. Hopkins starting to make a move now. And Powell and Hopkins battling back and forth with Matthew Richuk right behind him. Those three just battling it out. Meanwhile, Rafael Marin out front and leaving everybody. Whoa! Cam getting a little slick there. Cam Powell ripping the outside. Richuk goes to the inside. Your leader comes by. Rafael Marin already checked out. The race is, oh no! Oh, excuse me. And rider down. Richuk moved up. And there's Hopkins. Richuk taking over. Matthew Richuk just ripped two places out of there, pushed Jules Hopkins back one position. We're watching Sammy Nebe coming down the front straightaway now. I believe that'll put Nebe in about fourth spot. We'll check as they come around. David Cabrera got Zeke Kai right there. There are races going all over this course. Battles raging. Brett Underhill on the Pro Force down the front straightaway. And here comes Cam Powell with Matthew Rinchuk right behind him. And Jules Hopkins back there in the 4th position now. And Devin Farthing moving up through the crowd. He wants to go up and play with his buddies up there. Devin on that 116. Sammy Nemi, he'd like to join the fray up there. David Cabrera pushing him. And your leader lapping up into the field. Raphael Morin lapping Zeke Kime right now. So Cam Powell now in 2nd position, Matthew Rinchuk in 3rd, Jules Hopkins in 4th, and there's the battle really. Outside of that, Raphael Morin way out in front. He is, I'm going to call it, quarter lap lead already. Morin liking the inside, other riders taking the outside, Morin using the inside. Morin pulling on, looks over, there's Cabrera, makes it. He's going to use the inside to try to make a pass on Nemi. Sammy Nemi coming down the straight, looks over, sees Morin's there, does the sportsmanlike thing and lets him go. Cam Powell slowly starting to reel in Raphael Morin. Morin coming off the left-hand side of the track into the outside split. Here comes left rider, then Cam Powell. Powell attacking the inside. Here comes Matthew Rinchuk. Rinchuk going to go to the outside with a left rider in front of him. Cam Powell on the double 4 on the inside and down the front straightaway. White flag. Raphael Morin out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona with a huge lead. Here comes Cam Powell on the 44, but Matthew Rinchuk way back now. Jules Hopkins back in the pack, but I still believe in that 4th spot. Devin Farthing back there, I believe Devin's in 5th. And not certain it could be Callaway Turner in that 7th spot. And here's your leader and Moto 1 wire-to-wire winner, Raphael Morin. In 2nd, Cam Powell. In 3rd, Matthew Rinchuk. In 4th, Jules Hopkins. In 5th, Devin Farthing, the Iceman. Followed through by Sammy Nemi. Jeb Zarzauer. Brett Underhill leads the 19 of Callaway Turner across the line, and Eric Swick brings the field home. All right, on the line, race number 8, Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock. On the number 4, Yamaha out of Naples, Florida. Sponsored by Yamaha, Dean's Team, Riva Racing, Jet Tribe, JetX, Jet is Arminio IN Tosca. On the number 5, Yamaha, sponsored by Networks Jet Sports, Jet Pilot, Australia, and KYT Helmets, BJ Ang. On the number 9 Sea-Doo out of Dallas, Georgia, sponsored by Extreme Propulsion, Chase Dutton, the double-8 out of Beverly Hills, California, by way of the Philippines. Sponsored by Cabrera Motorsports, Broward Motorsports, LIQUI-MOLY, Palm Beach Watercraft, Exotic Signs, WSR, and PA, Arnold Martinez. On the 105 out of Ackworth, Georgia, sponsored by Farthing Racing, JetTrim, Shreddy, Commander, Broward Motorsports, Jet Pilot. He's got an 18-year-old son today, Dustin Farthing. On the 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Snyderville, Judge Motorsports, Dean's Team, JetTrim, and Yamaha, Tori Snyder. On the 116 out of Loganville, Georgia, sponsored by Yamaha, Broward Motorsports, Saint of Speed, Fly Racing, Cabrera Motorsports, LIQUI-MOLY, and D-Mac Racing, Vanjay VJ Ramgeet. Rounding out the field from Loon Lake, New York, self-sponsored on the 413 Yamaha, Derek Fuoco. That's our lineup, Pro-Am Runabout, box stock, motor number 1. Everyone out there on the World Wide Web, this is Kurt Nolenberg, your announcer for the 2021 Pro Watercross LIQUI-MOLY World Championships here in Seguin Regional Park, Naples, Florida. We'll say hello to everyone. We are a single announcer right now. We'll double it up a little later in the day. We are about to watch Pro-Am Runabout box stock. We are coming at you. Hope you enjoyed today's show. Want to give a big shout out to JetTrim and live streaming 247.com for the live stream. Folks, hope you enjoy the day. On the line, Pro-Am Runabout box stock. Waiting for our starter. And for those of you watching over the World Wide Web, just want to let you know we've been experiencing a lot of technical issues. We had some heavy rain the first day we were here, and it's created some static and other problems we're trying to work through. And trying to keep the top on the tent, and the winds here today is being a little bit of a challenge too. Please bear with us. All right, folks, we're going to have a little course adjustment here for these big, powerful runabouts. And we get this party started. All right, we're ready to go. Moto number 1, Pro-Am Runabout box stock. Whoa, somebody getting squeezed on the outside. Looks like Dustin Farthing with a drive on the outside. Tori Snyder with a drive on the inside. Tori's got Armenia right behind him. Dustin with the drive on the outside. Here comes Tori. They're side by side. Dustin got the wide open outside. Here's the tight inside. And Tori gonna drop into second. Armenia pushed back to third for the moment. Devin Farthing got to ask, you give your dad some pointers? Coming off the outside, Dustin Farthing. Good to see him back on track. He's going to try the inside. Meanwhile, Tori's going to follow, using it. Here comes Armenia back up into third. The battle for fourth and fifth between BJ Ang and Derek Cuoco. Those two are going at it back there. And Chase Dutton. Chase Dutton been spectacular this weekend, but he finds himself in the back of the pack today. Meanwhile, Dustin Farthing showing what 30 years of personal watercraft racing will do for you as he is decimating the rest of the field. Tori Snyder, the only one close right now, but already Farthing starting to stretch that lead. And we're talking a 42-28 for a lap time. Dustin Farthing putting the hammer down. Uh-oh, got a problem there. All right, Chase Dutton coming off the Final buoy down the front straightaway. He's taking the inside. And look out, our leader, Dustin Farthing, lap rider in front of him. Does the proper thing on that number 52. Move over, Romer. Dustin Farthing's coming in. Here comes Tori. Tori Snyder coming off the inside. Also gets by lap rider. Here comes Arminio in that third position. In fourth, BJ Ramgeet. In fifth, BJ Ang. In sixth, Derek Woko. Seventh position, Chase Dutton. Farthing down the front straightaway, has the entire front straightaway lead now. He continues to extend. Halfway flags out. Tori Snyder going to take the outside. Arminio in third. Arminio got some company. Then Jay Ramgeet with a strong showing here on moto number one. BJ Yang pushing hard on that borrowed boat. Fuko in tow, but he's starting to lose him. Fuko going to have to step it up. Dustin Farthing one more time down the front straightaway. Back to the action. Tori Snyder comes by. Looks like as Arminio Iantoska comes by, Van J. Ramgeet in tow. Looks like everybody's picked up the Joker boy there. Putting a thrill in that inside split course. Chase Dutton using the inside as your leader. Dustin Farthing strong around the outside on that 105 machine. Farthing large and in charge. Dignitaries on the beach. Birthday girl Rita. Whoa, Dutton. Dustin taking the inside split. Shredding the water there. Here comes Tori. Tori holding that thing wide open on the outside. Dustin able to inch away this entire race. Those two are close. Everybody else way back. Arminio Iantoska heading up the next group, and he's starting to leave them. Van J. Ramgeet following Arminio, but it's a freight train right now. Your leader one more time on the front straightaway. White flag out, Dustin Farthing. And Tori Snyder in second position. Dustin Farthing, wide open on the outside. You got about 10 more seconds in this Saturday morning ride. Pro Freestyle, we need you here at Dustin Farthing with another win. Second position, Tori Snyder. Looks like Arminio Iantosca will hold on for third. Van J. Ramgeet in fourth. And BJ Ang in fifth. Pro Feast Freestyle. We need all our Pro Freestyle competitors over here. Gary Berka, Brad Hill, Coy Curtis. And we could use Paul Lair when you got a moment, Paul. So you know you're a little busy right now. And if we can have our amateur freestyle competitors from yesterday come on up to the top of the Tower of Power, please. You are our judges.
You have the horn in your bucket? You have the horn?
Yeah. Robert.
Kurt, can you call Coy Curtis and Brad Hill with their skis to the line here, please?
Coy Curtis, Brad Hill, Freestyle. We need you down in front, please. Coy Curtis.
And Paul Lear.
Brad Hill. Brad, you're not looking like a freestyle motion thing going on here. You backing out?
You not doing it? We'll start? Okay. All right.
And we need our amateur freestyle competitors from yesterday to the Tower of Power, please.
Hey, Kurt. They said they weren't going to be here today.
Jessica Wiebesek. Jessica Wiebesick. Coy Curtis flipping and getting. Wow, spectacular amplitude. Coy Curtis absolutely flipping out. All right, sounds like the crowd likes it, folks. If you'd like to see him go off, make some noise. Wow! 720 aerial pancake, please. Coy Curtis rewriting the record books out here this morning. No hander. Curtis, turn it around. Wow! Unbelievable amplitude. I was looking at Coy right in the eye. And I'm 30 feet up. Woo! Oh, man! Folks, let's hear some noise. Are you watching the same thing I'm watching? This is absolutely insane. Yeah. This one. Right. He's not here. Woohoo! And that way to finish, Coy Curtis. How about a huge round of applause for Coy Curtis? Wow, wow, wowie, wow, wow, wow. Coy Curtis coming out and setting the freestyle world on fire here. So one of the more experienced judges up here tells me that it's a remote control and they just put him on with Velcro at the beginning of the routine. And as likely a scenario as that is, I do believe it's incorrect. Coy Curtis having a great first run. Gary Berka. Gary Berka out here on that beautiful X-Scream. What a gorgeous machine. Gary, 3 pancakes in a row, rides it out. Not easy to do with a broken foot. Now, as much as Gary would like to get that kind of amplitude that Curtis was doing earlier, broken foot, not going to allow him to get that kind of launch, I don't believe. A beautiful, smooth backflip, pancake 360, turns it around. Gary doing a little adjustment there. Bringing it around in front of the judges, setting it up. He's going airborne. Gorgeous one-hander lander and drives it out. Berka turning it. Man, that's a gorgeous machine. Another 360s, riding it out. Gary, man, kicking that broken foot into the footholds. Gary Berka, absolutely amazing that you're out here doing this, and we appreciate it. Oh, and Gary does a backflip off, and that's how he ends the routine. Woo! All right, Gary trying to get the extreme started here, waiting for the horn to go. Give him one more trick. And Gary's going to call it a day for that, or at least now you can see him favoring that left leg. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How about a big round of applause for Gary Berka? Jet Ski Jeff, we need you on the Tower of Power, please. Boy, ask and ye shall receive, huh? This one we need to tie that belt for sure. It was lifting up and just be tied in. Hey guys, we gotta get everybody down, please. We're feeling unsafe, okay? Take the food. Yeah, pass it down the line. Just a quick announcement. If you are behind the Tower of Power, guys, please don't get close. This thing is moving up here. No joke. Folks, the wind, as you might have felt, has picked up quite a little bit. Please make sure your stuff is secure. The weather report says it's going to be gusty for the rest of the afternoon, so we want to make sure everything is tight. And folks, I'd like everybody on the sidewalk side to please be aware. Watch out for anything flying off the top of these towers. Yeah, we get a little reprieve from the wind here. I want to let everybody know that over in the court there, we've got Chef Global, Caribbean food, hot dogs. We got a wide variety over there. And, of course, right behind the Tower of Power, we've got our gourmet hot dog vendor. Thank you so much for coming back again today.
Up there? Yeah. Kurt? You want me to do a second run with these guys?
No, man, we're clearing the tower, man. This thing's moving.
Okay.
If they want to, yeah.
Huh?
If they want to, yeah, because the safety right now, the towers.
Oh, they want it down.
No, the towers are
hit me in the head. I'm smarter than that.
Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me down there? So Patrick Tricky Sarnich, he and his team gave us some leftover Halloween candy, and I need about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 children down here in the front, down in front, to come get some candy bars. Now, when I say candy bars, I don't mean those little teeny things. Can you guys see this up here?
Are you looking down?
There you go. All right, we've got 8 left. And in the meantime, let's get Amateur Ski Stock to the line. So, we have any more children that we can ply with sugar and chocolate? Yes, you do. That's why you're not getting it. There we go. Okay, these are heavy, though. Yeah, I'm kind of scared. Yes, please. Okay.
Can we go up there?
You ready?
Yes. I will catch it.
Matt? Yeah, no. Matt, I'm going to throw it to you. Give it to him there, please. There's 1, 2. Don't fight with him. Just give it to him. Gosh, be an adult. Thanks, Matt. Seriously, I don't want him getting hurt. You got to be sub 3 feet. Sorry.
I'm little. I need chocolate.
Ohio State. All right. We're switching classes into white chocolate. You got to be sub 3 feet.
Do they sell these shirts?
No, we're not today.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that one, though.
Hey, when's the next race going to start?
5 minutes.
Okay.
I need more short people. You already got one, Gary. What the heck? I'm talking you a lap. Hey, Gary. Don't make me say it out loud. All right, well, Patrick Tricky Sarnich, you just made a lot of children happy over here. And by the way, our race director, too. You might cash in on that later. Just saying. Yay! That's... Woo! Hey, thank you very much. And I don't know. All right, we're starting our second round of motos. Moto 2's coming up. All right. Paul Benson. John Benson. Hey, Matt. Matt, can you hear us down there? Matt Cahill. John Benson. Come here.
Thank you. After the race, after tech, go to the kiosk and see Jennifer. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Holders to the line, please. We can get some holders down here. Thanks, Lamar. Alrighty, we are ready to go. Moto number 2, amateur ski stock, race number 10. Your winner, moto number 1 on the 995 was Kevin Rose. Second, Tegan Hill. Third, John Benson. And Benson down here prefers no holder. All right, we're going to restart it. Here we go. Moto number 2, amateur ski stock. Looks like Rowe with a hole shot on the outside and Hill with a hole shot on the inside. That's first and second for Moto 1. Taylor Curtis making a move on the outside, and Curtis stealing away the first position on the outside. Watch it on the inside. Here comes Tegan Hill. Oh, man. Hill on fire down here. And here comes Stewart. It's Hill, then Stewart, Rowe, Benson, Stevens, Cernich, and a host of others. Next up, Pro-Am Runabout GP to the line. Don't be late. We'll ride her down far left-hand side. Is that Ryan Stevens? Looks like, no, it's not. It's a 99. Danny Newman going off screen. So Tegan Hill with the lead. Taylor Stewart in second. And a battle back there for third and fourth. Benson in fourth, Rowe in third. And Benson all over the back of Kevin Rowe. Outside split, your leader, Tegan Hill, coming across. There is Taylor Stewart in pursuit in that second position. In third now, John Benson. Benson made the move by Rowe. Hill with the lead. Taking the outside split, as does Taylor Stewart and John Benson. Kevin Rowe. Here comes Joe Surratt through, and he's followed through by Patrick Tricky Sarnish. Arthur Katoria out of Aventura, Florida. Come down a straightway, a lonely ride right now for him. And there is Nikki Turner on the 712. Nice to have Nikki out here again as your leader. Tegan Hill comes by. Tegan with a great drive. Now Benson has moved up into second position. Stewart in third, and look out. Kevin Rowe is coming at you. Taylor Stewart. In the fourth position, Joe Surratt. And Tricky Sarnish in the fifth position. Coming down the front straightaway. Short stroke Stevens on that red 220. Following him through on the double three, Torin Gleason. And your leader, Tegan Hill, making a pass, riding the outside. Second position, John Benson. Going around the leopard, Nikki Turner down there. Here's third place. Taylor Stewart, and he's got Kevin Rowe behind him. This battle's raging race long. Joe Surratt still has Patrick Tricky Sarnish here. They're behind him. Oh, and Ryan Short Stroke Stevens having some issues today. He goes down on the boat on the far left-hand side. He is up and running again. Sorry for the troubles he's having. All right, your leader, Tegan Hill. Down the front straightaway. He's going to take the outside or the inside split as the lap rider, number 33, Torin Gleason, goes outside. Here comes Taylor Stewart with Benson in tow. And then Kevin Rowe. Second, third, and fourth, all within a single buoy at this point. And and Benson goes down hard, and Rowe goes by. Benson started swimming back to that boat before he even hit the water. Yeah, Benson, that's going to put him back quite a few positions. Your leader, Tegan Hill, far left-hand side of the course, coming down the front straightaway. White flag out for Hill. Stewart able to pull away from Rowe a little bit. He's got a lapper in front of him. I do believe that puts Taylor Stewart in second position. Your leader, Tegan Hill, left-hand side of the course on the outside split. Two more buoys in the straightaway, and he's got this one in the bag. Make it one more straightaway. Folks, give him a loud round of applause as he comes by. Your winner, Tegan Hill. Coming up, second position. Worked his way up, Taylor Stewart. In third, Kevin Rowe. Followed through by Patrick Tricky Sarnish. And the 192 of Joe Surratt. And John Benson. John got to be disappointed with that. He was moving up pretty well, but had a hard get off over there at the heading into the second split. On the line, race 11, Pro-Am Runabout GP, motor number 2. On the number 9, Sea-Doo out of Lindale, Georgia, Moto 1 winner, Stan Hightower. On the 678, out of Westminster, South Carolina, Clinton Pace. That's our lineup, Pro-Am Runabout GP. Ready, go. All right, who's it going to be? Hightower or Pace? Pace or Hightower? Is it the triple cylinder 2-stroke or the 4-cylinder 4-stroke? Is it the young holders on the 1200 or the grandparents on the number 9? Hightower with the hole shot on the outside. And Pace with the hole shot on the inside. Clint Pace having fun on that 1200 STXR. He's getting a great position to watch Stan Hightower lap the field. Up next, race 12, IRoC Stock Moto 2. Stan Hightower down the front straightaway. Coming down the front straightaway at you, one of the few remaining triple-cylinder two-stroke race boats in Naples. Yeah, that is a 1200 STXR Kawasaki. Hightower comes by. Stan got a big grin on. As well he should. One more time through for Clinton Pace and Stan Hightower. According to early predictions, would take 2 more laps to lap Mr. Pace. We'll see. Stan Hightower continues to lead, and he made the pass already. Hightower wide open. That outside split course. Hightower, 64 years young, putting the pedal to the metal. White flag out, final trip through for Hightower. Stan, a man on a mission this week. And he has been up to the task in each and every moto. And Clinton Pace making his trip through there. And your wire-to-wire winner, like every time he's been on that boat this weekend, Stan Hightower. And Clinton Pace makes his way through in that second position. On the line, IRoC Stock, motor number 2. On the number 176 Sea-Doo out of Miami, Florida, Valentina Lescano, Moto 1 winner. Behind her was the 17, Kenny Compton out of Carthage, Texas. In third, Cody Terralt on the 710. In the fourth was Daniel Steele on the 128, and Shelby Warman on the 319. Oh, no, 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 no. All right, we're going to restack it one more time. Thank you. Lescano with a drive on the inside. Compton again on the outside. Oh, these two are going to be close. Valentina sticks it hard. Compton wide open. Kenny as far back as he can get on that boat. Shelby Warman chasing him around in the 138, or 128. Daniel Steele bringing up the rear, starting with a dead engine. Lescano already stretching the lead out. Compton got Cody Tetrol behind him, but Tetrol is the first one to take the Joker boy. He's got it out of the way. Lescano, your leader, far left-hand side of the course, in the split. Makes the turn onto the front straightaway. She's got a half of the front straightaway lead already on lap 2. Compton pulling away from 3rd and 4th. Compton trying the inside. Kenny spinning that little H as far as it'll go. Shelby Warman up in that 3rd position. Shelby holding it wide open on the outside, looking to the inside. Here comes Tetron, and Warman holds it. Lescano. Lescano making it Lescano making it real. She got the full straightaway lead. She keeps gaining distance on the rest of the field. Kenny Compton in 2nd. And here comes Cody Tetrol. Cody out of Loxahatchee. And then the 128 of Daniel Steele. And Steele looks like he's moving up. And Warman pushed way back. She went and took the Joker boy last lap, I am certain. Lescano still needs to get that Joker boy. She's out in front, but won't matter if she doesn't hit that Joker boy. She'll be a lap down. Kenny Compton driving hard. There's Compton and Cody Tetrol following after him. Daniel Steele starting to reel in. Tetrol. Halfway flags are there. Maybe enough time. He's going to have to push. All right, Lescano has taken the Joker, so she is out in front by herself. Moto number 2. Lescano out for Saturday morning drive. As Lescano comes around the outside down the front straightaway, 2nd position, Compton just getting onto the back straight. One more time. Daniel Steele coming through. Steele trying to get up into that top three, but seems like he keeps moving further backward. Meanwhile, Valentina Lescano has really extended her lead over Kenny Compton. And Compton is pretty much in a race by himself because Cody's not coming in. Race 13 to the line. Here comes Compton. Lescano got the white flag. Her race to win just by staying on top of that boat for the rest of the lap. Kenny Compton looking strong in that second position. Cody Terrell in third and Shelby Worman in fourth. Checker flag out for Valentina Lescano, Moto 2 winner. Kenny Compton bringing home that second position. Shelby Worman comes through and completes the race number 12, Moto number 2. All right, we're changing holes, going to the Pro-Am Ski Stock. I am not a crook. All right, moto number 1, Coy Curtis on the 155. Way out in front. Second, the only one that could see him was Dustin Voss. In third was Will Scruggs. He had quite the battle with Tegan Hill. Taylor Stewart had a little bit of difficulty. He was back in the 5th spot. And Patrick Tricky Sarnesh wound up 6th at the end of that moto. Moto number 2, going to fire him up and do it again. Oh, Voss with a good drive on the outside. Curtis with the drive on the inside. Curtis shredding the inside. Voss boiling the outside split. Oh, and Curtis has got it by about 14 boat lengths. Second position coming off the inside. Will Scruggs can't quite get there. He's behind Voss. Let's see how the split goes. Voss taking the outside. Scruggs on the inside. Stewart following on the outside. So Voss in second, then Scruggs in third. Stewart in fourth. Sarnich in fifth. And Tegan Hill in sixth. Coy Curtis Large and in charge. Well, I can't quite say large. How about small and dominant? Diminutive and brutal. All kinds of adjectives we're trying to find for the 155 of Coy Curtis. That young man is on his way to stardom. Dustin Voss in second on the 24. In third position, Will Scruggs. He's got Taylor Stewart in fourth. And then Tegan Hill in fifth. Patrick Tricky Sarnich moved back to the sixth spot. Your leader, Coy Curtis, having a great time here in Florida. What a vacation for this young man, as he has been dominant in pretty much every class he's been in. Will Scruggs having a good run in this moto. Taylor Stewart got to try and chase down Tegan Hill. That's a big road to hoe for Taylor. Here comes Curtis. Looks behind, can't find anybody there. Coy, if you want to have some company, you're just going to have to lap the field. Here comes Voss on the 24. Will Scruggs dropped in there, and here's Tegan Hill and Taylor Stewart. These three are battling like crazy. Scruggs, Hill, Stewart, all three of them swapping positions. Patrick Sarnich right there waiting to clean up. Coy Curtis making the turn onto the front straightaway. He is your leader by a half a mile. Second position, Dustin Voss, the only one within a straightaway of Curtis. And then the three-way battle for third, fourth, and fifth between Scruggs, Stewart, and Hill. And here comes Scruggs. Scruggs liking that outside. Hill going to try and follow. Oh, Tegan got a good drive down that straight. He'll try and hold it wide open. Pull up on with Scruggs. Will Scruggs has been doing a great job this weekend. Coy Curtis one more time down the front straightaway. Dustin Voss about equidistant. Doesn't look like he's losing anything, but he's certainly not gaining much. Scruggs continuing to stay out there in that third spot. Here comes Tegan Hill. Tegan tried to use the inside. Scruggs looks over. Tegan's coming at him, but Scruggs still got about 10 boat lengths on him right there. Stewart circulating. At this point, he's looking for an error by one of the other riders in front of him so he can move up, as Coy Curtis works his way around towards lapping the field. Will Scruggs taking every bit of room on that last corner onto the front straightaway, trying to hold a lot of speed. It's going to be close. Tegan Hill. Not quite enough to get him this time. Maybe next. Dustin Voss coming around onto the front straightaway. He's got a lonely second position ride right here. Coy Curtis lapping riders past Patrick Sornich. He's on a hunt for the rest of the crew out there. Taylor Stewart up next on the hit list. Look at the battle coming down the main straightaway right now. Will Scruggs and Tegan Hill, those two are having themselves a race. Taylor Stewart making the turn onto the front straightaway. The leader, Coy Curtis, gonna take the inside, I would believe, trying to make that move on Curtis. Excuse me, on Stewart, and Curtis does it. Voss now onto the front straightaway. Curtis, 3 more riders to lap. White flag down. And your leader on the back straightaway all by himself. Coy Curtis driving that machine through the outside split. Keeping that machine planted. And folks, when he comes down the front straightaway, let's give him a round of applause. What a great win for Coy Curtis. Taylor Stewart comes through. He was lapped. Second position is Dustin Voss, and he is coming down the front straightaway now. In third, the battle is raining as Patrick Sarnish comes through. He is the lap down. And the final battle between Will Scruggs and Tegan Hill. Looks like Hill got in front of him. Tegan Hill going to go ahead and drop right in there in front of Will Scruggs. He'll have third position. Scruggs will have fourth. And that's it for Pro-Am Ski Stock. Race 14 on the line. Sports Stock. All right, your Moto 2 winner, the Iceman, Devin Farthing. In second was Tom Keller. Third was Talon Farthing. In the fourth spot, Christopher Landis, followed by Matt Johnson. Jax Hayden, Sam Tyre, Sammy Nemi, Gary Berka, Dustin Murray, and Tori Snyder. Kevin Scott, our starter, surveying the line. Boy, 3 abreast on the inside. Looks like Devin Farthing taking the whole shot on the inside with Keller right behind him. And Devin starts heading to the wrong. Whoa. Devin Farthing on the inside. Here comes Talon from the outside. Killer Keller in third. Tori Snyder back there at about fifth spot. Christopher Landis battling up there, and Landis going to keep that position. Here comes Devin Farthing one more time down the front straightaway. His brother Talon right behind him. The Farthing brothers out front. Now Christopher Landis made his move up into third. Sam Tyre in fourth. Killer Keller in fifth. Sammy Nemi back there in seventh. And back up and running. Quick little water sampling there. No issues. Here comes the Iceman one more time, extending his lead. Devin has about a full lap lead in front of his brother Talon. Here comes Christopher Landis. Sam Tyre leading Killer Keller and Tori Snyder. That's second group, battling for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Sammy Nemi moving up. Sammy got a lot of pressure behind him. Looks like Gary Berka putting the pressure on. Your leader, the Iceman, Devin Farthing, down the front straightaway. 18 years old today. Second, his brother, Talon, also taking the outside. Christopher Landis, he'll go inside. Sam Tyre in fourth, following the inside trend, as does Killer Keller. And Tori Snyder and Dusty Murray. It's a freight train through the inside. And Sammy Nemi goes inside as Matt Johnson goes outside. Might be maybe a little faster on the inside. Jax Hayden by himself running the inside split. Your leader, Devin Farthing. Devin approaching these boys, just ultimate precision. Talon as well. Talon running the blaster style hull, while the Iceman running the HX style. Killer Keller pushed back, fighting his way forward, trying to get up with Christopher Landis and Sam Tyre. Tyre just not letting him by. Gary Berka starting to distance himself from the rest of the pack behind him. And your leader, Devin Farthing, one more time down the front straightaway. Talon Farthing on that 116. Clean white, red, and blue blaster. And there you got Christopher Landis. Sam Tyre not able to move up at all. But look out, Killer Keller. You got a whole bunch of Tori Snyder in your back pocket. Gary Berka, broken foot and all, looks behind him. As he goes down the front straightaway. Iceman starting to lap up into traffic. Jax Hayden going to be the first victim over there. Here comes Talon. At this point, first, second, and third, almost equidistant, and even fourth. So our riders spread out. Halfway flags are through, halfway done, halfway to go. Devin Farthing coming down the front straightaway. You watch Devin the way he's up on that boat, putting his weight to the back. Then he moves his upper body fore and aft, hook that machine up. Devin Farthing, the Iceman, having what a great birthday. Talon. Kind of a lonely ride there in second position. Christopher Landis doing his best to get up there and say hello, but Dusty Burry just ahead of Sammy Neely. They got Matt Johnson behind Nimi. Nimi, though, seems like he's pulling up. Devin Farthing continuing to lap up into the field. Gary Bertka, the next one in his sights. Here comes Talon, second position on the 116. Landis a little closer this lap through. Battle raging behind. Sam Tyre, Killer Keller getting closer. Keller going to the outside as Tyre goes to the inside. Keller really tight on that buoy, too tight. Look at Keller keeping his speed up, using that long HX hull to try and make a move by Tyre. Sam Tyre on the back straightaway. Behind him, the triple deuce, the Killer Keller. That's the battle right now. Devin Farthing lapped another rider. Second and third come across the line. Here's the battle. Tyre, Keller, Snyder, Murray, and Johnson. White flag out for Devin Farthing, your leader. Final trip through. White flag out for second, Talon Farthing. Here comes Christopher Landis in third. Sam Tyre extending his lead over Killer Keller. Tori Snyder a distance back with Burry and Johnson. And here comes Sammy Nemi and your wire-to-wire winner, Moto 2, the Iceman, Devin Farthing. Second position, Talon Farthing. It's a Farthing Family Fun Fest here. Christopher Landis bringing it home third. Doing Reva proud. Here comes Killer Keller. He'll get that fourth spot. Tyre in fifth. Burry in sixth. Snyder in seventh. Johnson in eighth. Nemi in ninth. And that'll do it. Race 14 Sports Stock. Junior Ski Stock 10 to 12. On the line, the number 53, Gary Holbein Jr. On the 139, Abby Weldon. And on the 995, Jax Rowe. All right, we're ready to go. Moto number 2, Junior Ski Stock, 10 to 12. Gary Holbein on the 53 with a good drive. And looks like he'll go ahead and take the hole shot. Holbein ahead of Jax Rowe with Abby Weldon in tow. Race 16 to the line. Gary Holbein absolutely whooping the rest of the field right now. Holbein doing his best Devin Farthing imitation. Holbein now has the Joker Boy under his belt. Abby Weldon on the 139. Riding like she's stealing it. Onto the front straightaway. It's Gary Holbein Jr. on that 53. Gary putting in some solid laps here as he just left the field. Second position, Jax Rowe coming off the outside. Matt. Gary Holbein using that inside. Making the turn. Halfway flags are out. Gary Holbein. Up next, race 16, Pro-Am Ski GP. Gary Holbein continuing his domination. Race 16 coming to the line. Abby Weldon comes across. Jax Rowe in tow. Abby moves over. Lets Jax continue his quest to catch up to Gary Holbein Jr. Gary seeing some laundry out there right now as he gets the white flag. 1 lap to go in this junior ski stock, 10 to 12-year-old motor number 2. Gary Holbein with the win. Abby Weldon coming across in second. Jax Rowe going to finish it up out there. Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto number 2, race 16. Moto 1 winner, Rafael Maurin on the 44. That's silver 44 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Second was the other 44 out of Camden Powell. Third overall, Jules Hopkins. And fourth was Devin Farthing. And in fifth, Callaway Turner. Moto number 2 is on. Kevin Scott. Cam Powell and Jules Hopkins side by side on the outside, and Hopkins trying to make it stick, and here comes Cam. Those two are side. Oh, and Jules goes off. Cam Powell making a turn onto the front straightaway from the outside. On the inside, it's Matthew Richuk. And then Moto 1 winner, Rafael Maurin. Richuk taking the lead from the inside. Cam Powell in second. Rafael Maurin in third. Devin Farthing in fourth. What a battle out here in Pro-Am Ski GP. Richuk on the outside. He's going to take the outside split. As does second. Rafael Maurin, third position. Moto 1 winner, he's taking the inside. Does he know something we don't? Let's see what happens. Oh, that cost him a lot of time. Jeb Zarzauer coming by at about the 7th spot. Whoa, Zeke Khan having a little problem there as he tries to stay in front of David Cabrera. Meanwhile, Brett Underhill trying to make a move up through the pack. He's got Sammy Nimi behind him, and Jules Hopkins is remounted and is a man on a mission. Matthew Richuk on the number 15. Commander out in front in second. Also on a Commander, Cam Powell. Powell making a hull switch the end of this year. There's Devin Farthing up into third. Callaway Turner now in that fourth spot. Coming off the back straightaway. Out of the back split, down the front straightaway, Matthew Richuk once again. Richuk got a great drive going on. Cam Powell starting to fade back. And already, Richuk lapping. Here's Devin Farthing, the Iceman, looking strong, but boy, What a distance between our top 4 riders already. Early in this moto. And Matthew Richuk is checking out. Your leader, using the outside split, second position on the double fork. Cam Powell making up some distance that last time through. And oh, Morin getting in on the hook. The Moto 1 winner was way out in front, was battling for third, and he had to get in a toe in. Unfortunate. Here comes Callaway Turner on that 19. Zeke Kime having a good drive. There's David Cabrera right there with him. Jeb Zarzauer trying to chase him down, and Jules Hopkins fired himself in the back of the pack. And here come your leaders. Richuk and Powell. And Powell is reeling them in. Richuk got a whole bunch of lap riders coming up. And are your leaders distancing themselves from third position? Devin Farthing throwing that boat around, but man, Richuk and Powell are absolutely dominant out there. And here comes Richuk coming up on back markers. Richuk going to take the inside. Cam Powell using the outside. Richuk will be on the straightaway first, but boy, here comes Powell with the head of steam. Look out! Woo! Brad Underhill couldn't have known that Cam Powell was coming at Mach 7, and he is literally 2 boat lengths behind Matthew Richuk right now. Richuk, the North Carolina native, keeping the lead, only a couple of boat lengths in front of Cam Powell. Battle rages all around this track. Jules Hopkins, he got by a few, and here comes your leader. And who would have thought Matthew Richuk, who was battling with Jules Hopkins in that first half a lap off the start, now setting up to pass him and lap him. Hopkins and Richuk. Hopkins trying to stay from being a lap down. Richuk just wanting to move forward, move away from the rest of the crowd. Oh, and Richuk makes a mistake, and that's giving an opportunity here. Cam Powell going to get on this line first. Cam Powell taking over first position. Camden moves over, sets up. Richuk goes to the inside. Cam to the outside. Richuk running the inside. Cam Powell and Richuk get to meet at the point, and Powell makes the pass and holds on. Cam Powell hit the hole, coming onto the back straightaway, as did Richuk. Jules Hopkins messing up the water in front of Cam Powell. We'll see about that blue and yellow flag next time they come through. Zeke Kime on the inside, and Cam Powell is following. Richuk using the outside. Oh, this is going to be close. That might have been a mistake. Camden Powell with the lead. Second, Matthew Richuk. Powell again using the inside. Throws that machine sideways. Cam Powell, new to that haul. Only had it for a month or two, or a month. Cam Powell leading this Moto 2 and Pro-Am Ski GP and starting to distance himself from Richuk. Look like we got some laundry coming out. Here comes your leader, Cam Powell. Cam gonna run the inside. His buddy Zeke running the outside. Richuk gonna take the outside too, but at this point he's 20 boat lengths back. Devin Farthing now moving up, trying to lap Jules Hopkins as well. This is the white flag lap. Last time through, Powell continues to lead, coming off the back straightaway into the split course. He's going inside. Richuk going outside. Folks, put your hands together for a great win by Camden Powell. Woo! Zeke coming through. Matthew Richuk in, I believe, the second position. In third, Devin Farthing, the Iceman. Fourth position, oh man, Jules Hopkins taking a water test once again. And there goes Jeb Zarzauer with the fourth spot. Callaway Turner comes across on the 160, and David Cabral on the 51. On the line now, Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock Moto number 2. Moto 1 winner, Dustin Farthing on the 105. In second, Tori Snyder on the 110. In third, Arminio Iantasca on the number 1 on the 4, or on the 116 in fourth position. Then J. Ram Geet. Fifth, BJ Ang in sixth. Derek Fuoco in seventh, Chase Dutton. And rounding out the field, Judson Woods. Well, we'll bring everybody back. Had a little bit of malfunction on our band start there. Nobody's fault. We'll go ahead back and do it again. Pro Runabout Buck Stock got a drive going on. 30 years of racing prowess on the inside. That's Dustin Farthing. You heard me right, Dustin Farthing. Getting a drive on the inside, pushing that machine hard. On the outside, Tori Snyder. Here comes Snyder, but Farthing at the inside. Snyder on the outside, they're going to meet. Dustin Farthing taking the whole shot. Tori Snyder right there.
Oh, we've got somebody.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we lost somebody off of one of the rides there. We can see the boat floating here on the just past the split there by the double yellows.
So, Paul, glad to have you back with me this morning. Paul's with us, everybody. Coming down the front straightaway. Gentleman named Dustin Farthing, multi-time world national champion. You might have heard of his sons earlier. Dustin, whose 18th birthday it is today, and Devin and Talon, who are both having some great rides today. Dad's out there showing the boys how it's done.
And Tori Snyder took the right-hand inside lane on the split here, trying to close up the gap between himself and Dustin, and it didn't quite work. Dustin's going to stay on the outside, and it looks like Tori's going to do the same thing, so they're going to follow each other through the real twisty stuff here as they get ready to work out and come around the final buoy and back across the line here. Not quite to the halfway point yet, and a pretty good gap, and so far we haven't seen either two of the leaders take the Joker lane yet.
No, and I'll tell you, they all of our competitors have been doing really well with picking up the Joker before the end of the race. I don't think we've had to dock anyone at all yet today. And Dustin Farthing, well, he certainly got enough of a lead now to go take the Joker boy. Okay, we're closing up the outside because the buoy is broken off down here. So our riders will be taking the inside until we can get the track fixed. That gives Dustin Farthing, first rider on the track, first rider refusal. Everybody's got to follow the king.
So he'll work his way back through the inside here, come out of the split on the right-hand side. We'll see if he goes Joker this time. Looks like he's got, I want to say, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 4 to 5 seconds. That's about how long that Joker lane takes if you flash out there. And no, he's not going to do it this time. He's going to stay on the backstretch and just carry the speed now. But now you're going to have to adjust your riding style here a bit if you've been used to running that outside lane. Right now, you don't have a choice.
Well, not a problem for King D, as he's called, with his multi-time world championships. Dustin's out there just having a ball. He's like, why can the kids have all the fun? And man, it looks like he's having some fun at about, I'll say about 76 miles an hour on that back straightaway.
Yeah, and he hasn't put a ski wrong here in the course of this Runabout Box Stock event as he comes around the double yellows and then back around those double oranges that lead to the backstretch. And the Tori Snyder is still giving chase after him. And there he goes. Okay, so your leader, King D, has taken the Joker, and it didn't really cost him anything. The gap actually remains about the same. So good job on him timing it out very well to get that Joker opportunity.
Absolutely, and as Dustin's taken off, I mean, Torrey Snyder, the only one even close at this point, but the real race now between Chase Dutton on the yellow Sea-Doo out there. He's getting chased by BJ Ang. BJ on the number 5 machine. That's a borrowed boat. He came for the Philippines to compete in these world championships, and BJ Ang having a good ride, Paul.
Yeah, he is certainly putting that machine through its paces, and again, he's only about a second and a half ahead of the rider behind him. Looks like that's Vanchi, and maybe on the 116 that's behind him. Meanwhile, the lead gap remains about the same here as they'll come into the inside lane here again on the left side of the course, and King D still holding a pretty comfortable margin here as we start to wind down in this Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock Moto.
At this point, I think the only thing that's going to slow down Dustin Farthing is running out of fuel.
Well, hopefully they top the tanks off here for this one.
I'm certain they did. Torrey Snyder, I got to say, Torrey Snyder keeping up with a multi-time world champion, keeping him in tow. Those two are really having a battle, and Snyder doing a great job. Let's see if he takes that Joker boy.
And Vanjie trying again to take the inside there to close in on BJ. Couldn't quite do it.
And he's off.
Yeah, he has an unfortunate off, so BJ will now be unchallenged right now in that 4th position as he's looking ahead at Chase Dutton, who is about half a back straightaway ahead of him here. So he's really got to try to turn up the wick and catch him. Meanwhile, your leader, King D, coming back across through the checker buoys here, so he's having a nice smooth ride, and he's staying committed to the inside here, while Troy has been staying on the outside here on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, King D, as almost all front-running champions, trying each and every side of the split throughout the day. You want to see, because buoys change, just like our outside is drifted away. Sometimes that's to your benefit, sometimes it's not. But you won't know unless you try it.
The riders at the back of the field starting to come through here. Your leaders may encounter some traffic before the end of this race. Although it looks like we're going to be getting ready for maybe a couple laps left to go here in short order. As your leader, Dustin Farthing, heads back down onto the inside. Troy still putting the charge on. And speaking of charges, oh boy, almost losing it there was the 116 of Vanjie trying to come out of the corner. Now he is in the midst, but he's not running third. Remember, he had that off, so he's going to fall back. He's falling back in the order. That means that Chase Dutton is still in third, and BJ Ang is in the 4th spot. And I think 5th place, just coming through the inside lane here on the left side of the course right now, is the last machine on the lead lap.
Derek Fuuko, I believe. And here comes your leader, starting to lap up into the field now. Fuuko looks over. There's King D. All I can say is, Derek, when he comes knocking on the door, you best open it, move over. Torrey Snyder, the young man pressing hard on the 30-year veteran, Dustin Farthing, and Chase Dutton having himself a weekend in 3rd position. And the only one that has a shot to chase down Torrey Snyder, if that exists. Your leader coming off the outside, headed to the inside split. It's a 1-split day. No, I believe they just opened up the outside, so we'll see what happens next trip through. Yep. Yellow flag out for our left rider. Hopefully going to be great sportsmanship as he moves over. Farthing taking the inside. Snyder taking the outside. White flag, 1 lap to go, Paul. This is it.
And you mentioned it, absolutely classy move by our left rider there. And at the same time, King D went to the inside to make sure that he had plenty of berth to be able to clear on the split on the back side. So he's pretty much home free right now. He's just going to make it through the last few sections of the course. So we'll see if he takes the recently reopened outside here to come to the checkered flag. Nope, he's going to take that inside route.
Yeah, he's set up with it, and Snyder's trying the outside. Oh, yeah, King D's got it. It's just too much distance. Folks, put your hands together for Dustin Farthing. In second, Tori Snyder. Third spot, the yellow boat, Chase Dutton.
All right, so Chase will come through for the number 3 spot, working his way through now for the 4th position. That's going to be BJ Yang on the Yamaha. That's the Network Jet Sports Jet Pilot Australia ride that he is on here this weekend. And then the 116 of Vanjay Ramji out of Georgia on his Yamaha coming through and finishing things up here as, again, he had the off during the course of the race.
What a great race we had there, Paul. Up next, Pro Freestyle. We had a qualifying round a little earlier. So we need Gary Berka, Coy Curtis, and your freestyle machines to the line, please.
So with the running of that Runabout box stock event, that means that we are done with the second round of motos. We have the Pro Freestyle Finals here, and then we're going to get into the final stretch, the deciding stretch of motos, starting with amateur ski stock as race number 19, and going back through the Pro AM Runabout box stock as race number 26.
And we've been running back to back to back all day long, Paul. A few red flags here and there, but no extra drama. It's not as critical or as crazy as, well, going to dinner with you.
Okay,
Race 19 should be on the line.
Yep, we just got the update that we're going to get right to race number 19 as we work into the deciding round of motos. So we'll start off the third and final round of motos here with amateur ski stock. All right, so as the amateur ski stock competitors together for the third moto, we can tell you that the first moto was won by Kevin Rowe, and then Tegan Hill won moto number 2. Now, Tegan had a second in the first moto, followed by a win, so she's on 3 points, and Kevin Rowe had a win in the first moto, a third in the second moto, so he's on 4 points. So the two of them are kind of in the driver's seat for the overall world championship in this category coming into this third and deciding moto that's going to be coming up here in a few minutes. Looks like the top 3 from Moto 1 again was Rowe, followed by Hill, and John Benson picked up the 3rd spot, but then Benson had a 6th in the second moto, which kind of knocked him back a little bit. Taylor Stewart, who had a 4th in the first moto, had a 2nd in the second moto behind your winner Hill, and Rowe, as we mentioned, finished in the number 3 position. So if you're able to do all of that math in your head, you are a better man than I, Gunga Din. But what we can tell you is that Rowe and Hill are the two that are going to be contending for the overall, or at least they're the favorites coming in. Of course, that's why we run these races, because sometimes the favorites don't win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what looks like we are ready for the finals here at the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championship presented by HydroTurf for our pro freestylers. And this guy, I learned a lot listening to him yesterday talking about all these tricks when he was up here on the bike. This is Brad Hill out of Rutherford, North Carolina.
Brad Hill had an issue yesterday, couldn't get that boat going. He's going to start with his first trick and a full backflip and rides it out. Oh! Keep it going.
Yeah, you can.
Brad making the turn. You'll watch as these riders make a quick turn, hit that ramp of water, and boom! 360-degree pancake spin for Brad Hill.
Yeah, and landed it cleanly right on top of the water without any problems or the issues. Now, the judges appreciate that, but they're also looking for, as Brad talked about yesterday, those combo tricks. If you can combo a couple of flips together, there's
nice
one.
Backflip.
Gives a thumbs up. Now, if he were able to combo that and actually do two in a row, that would score him a higher point total, higher degree of difficulty. Yeah. Submarining at that time, able to ride it out.
Brad kicking his feet into those rear footholds. He's going airborne. He's going aerial. Getting wide, keeping it tight. Make that little U-turn, setting up with that little water ramp going. Not quite what he wanted. Running out of time here. Beautiful backflip. Big round of applause.
Clean as a whistle on that one. He'll reset on the footrests. There's the mark, 15 seconds, so we'll have time probably for one more shot here.
Paul Lair. Paul Lair.
All right, so, yeah. Brad brings it in. So how about it? Let's hear it from Brad Hill, everybody. First of our pro freestylers here in the middle round, if you will, for the World Championship. Now, Brad talking it over down here on the shore. We'll get ready for Gary Berka from Weberville, Michigan. That's the Twangled P&P Spy Torn Pumps Versus Sports ODI, OGO, and Freestyle Factory sponsored pink thing, if you will, or pink and purple thing.
Well, it was, but it looks and
Oh.
whoa.
Yeah. Disconnected the tether there.
Oh, that was
sudden,
a left-handed tether pull, I think, Paul.
Yep.
Not sure if I got that right. It might have been a right-handed. I wasn't sure.
That's about the only freestyle trick I could pull.
I could do that one over and over. All right, Gary out here competing with a broken foot as you see him try and slam that fractured foot into the foothold. I got to tell you, Gary, what a man to be out there doing this. He was over in the pits with his foot soaked in ice since the first moto. Oh, beautiful. 360 followed out with a 720, 1240. Comes out with a nose. I was going to say a nose stand. He just spins it around 180. Beautiful. 180. Does a power spin in the water.
And here's what we're talking about, comboing the tricks. And Gary being smart here by starting with these lower impact tricks where he's not really getting out of the water that high, saving his foot for that.
Exactly. Gary Berka, he'll get some energy, folks, if you tell him about it.
Oh, another beautiful flip.
Beautiful one-hander. And into a 180 face plant. And he comes.
Well,
Gary Berka putting on a show, Paul.
Yeah, you saw him looking up at the shore, looking at everybody, looking at the judges going, I bet you can't do that one.
Twice. Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
360 comes right back around, turns it around 180. Beautiful backflip, one-handed
submarine
landing,
Yep.
and turns it into a tail stand. Gary Berka, tell you what, Gary's in a lot of pain now, but boy, he is sure putting it out there for us. Let him hear it, folks.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
Oh,
Stays
yeah.
upright. All right, 15 seconds left in the run.
Gary trying to set up one final trick. This is it. Beautifully set that thing down. Big round of applause for Gary Berka.
And I got to think the judges are going to be impressed with that routine, not only with the number of combos that he put in, but the number of tricks that he got in overall in a 2-minute swat. There wasn't a lot of downtime there.
Put a lot of effort in, and you know, Brad Hill wasn't able to get on the boat yesterday. It wasn't running, didn't get a chance to practice, but was able to get on it today. And as he was stringing those tricks together, trying to set up that wall of water to make the backflips, just took a little too long between tricks. Here comes Coy Curtis, Paul. Watch this young man, and there we go. Huge amplitude. Coy Curtis, folks, going off.
Wow.
Wowie, wow, wow, wow. And Paul, that is the first time I've seen someone spin their ski 360 degrees in the air sideways. They do it over, front, and back. They do it around.
Oh,
But
look at that.
is
Whoa.
unbelievable.
Watching him makes me feel like the one-legged guy in the butt-kicking contest.
I'd be right there with you with a slightly shorter leg. Watch Coy Curtis go. Folks, he's going to go wild if you give him some applause. Let's hear it for the young man. No-hander! Another huge backflip. Oh, Coy got that in the chest. That must have hurt. Coy breaking it out, getting near the end of his routine. Spins it around.
Oh, another no-hander. And combos it up. Look at this, 2, 3 spins in a row.
Woo! And even Coy comes out with a one-handed face plant. So, Paul, if you look at the size of that machine.
Oh, there you go.
What a combo!
There's something we haven't seen.
Well, that's a 360 power spin into a backflip. Absolutely stunning.
15 seconds left. I don't know that he needs to do anything else, but
Well, you want to
he's going to go for the big flashy finish here. Look at this.
Let's hear it, crowd. Cheer him on.
All right.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That was awesome. I mean, the judges are going to make their decisions, but if I was a judge, I know who I'd be voting for after that routine.
What a show. How about a big round of applause for all of our freestylers?
I'm starting to think that there is nothing that Coy Curtis can't do on a watercraft.
There is nothing he can't do on a watercraft. All right, we're going to give you our results. Pro Freestyle in the 3rd position. Big round of applause, Brad Hill. 2nd position, broken footed, Gary Berka. And our 2021 world champion, Coy Curtis. All right, we're going to let our freestylers have a little fun while we bring everybody in amateur ski stock to the line. Amateur ski stock, you guys are on the water.
And with that, we'll begin the final round of motos for this Saturday portion of the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championships presented by HydroTurf. And while we've got a moment, Kurt, let's once again thank our great sponsors that help make all this activity possible, including JetTrim providing our live stream coverage. And of course, you'll be able to watch highlights from this event at a later date on CBS Sports Network as well. Yeah, later today, as a matter of fact. The official GPS security of the tour, courtesy of Fin GPS, standing for Find It Now, protecting what moves you. Our official fuel of the tour is BP Racing Fuels. The official watercraft of the tour is Commander Yamaha. A supporting sponsor is AOMC, hashtag Get Equipped. Our other great supporting sponsor, with the gang from Wacom.com, is Coy Curtis does a little encore presentation there. And of course, the official beach card of the tour, Fresh and Salty Beach Cards. Title sponsor, of course, LIQUI-MOLY, and our presenting sponsor for today's LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championships, our friends from HydroTurf. Okay, so amateur ski stock, final moto. Tegan Hill will be on the number 18 from Rutherford, North Carolina. Arthur Couturier out of Aventura, Florida on the 22. Torrin Gleason out of Livonia, Georgia on the 33. John Benson from Kingsville, Missouri on the 85. Danny Newman, Social Circle, Georgia is the hometown for Danny on the 99. From New Franken, Wisconsin, we've got Tricky, Patrick Soretich. Joe Surrett is the number 192 out of right here in Naples. From Mansfield, Ohio, Ryan Stevens on the 220. Taylor Stewart from Marietta, South Carolina on the 315. Taylor could play spoiler, sitting on 6 points, currently 3rd in the overall standings coming into this deciding moto. Nikki Turner out of Cornelius, North Carolina on the number 712. And final competitor will be Kevin Rowe out of Ottawa. Thank you. Ottawa, Tennessee on the number 995.
Practice with that one.
Yeah, I can tell.
Amateur ski stock, moto number 3. We will be crowning a champion at the end of this race. Well, we'll have one at any rate.
Ready for that board to go sideways. Oh, and trouble here for the 220. Stalling right off the start, Ryan Stevens. And he is going to be way back behind the rest of the field. Good takeoff for everybody else. And we don't see any red, so that means it's a clean start. Let's rock.
Kevin Rowe with the drive on the inside. Taylor Stewart having himself a battle on the outside. Stewart going to take it. Yes. Here comes Rowe on the inside. Kevin Rowe used to being out front each and every moto. Looks like he's going to start that way this time.
And, of course, they'll have to stay inside and outside here on the opening lap here. And it looks like the 18 of Tegan Hill is going to be chasing on the inside lane. Outside lane trying to blast through. Inside lane's going to come away with the lead.
Yeah, that's Taylor Stewart that just dropped into second. And then in fourth is John Benson. Looks like Patrick Tricky Sarnish back there in the sixth spot. Short stroke Stevens on that red 220. Fired back in the pack. Oh, rider going down.
And we've got one taking the Joker right here on the takeoff. So 2, 3, looks like 4 riders in the field electing to take the Joker here on the opening lap.
So that means 4th, 5th, and 6th, 7th even. Done the Joker already, so only the leaders. Who's going to do it when, Paul? Who's he going to be?
That's a really good question. Right now, Kevin Rowe has the lead. And again, he's second overall coming in on 4 points. And then you've got the 315 of Stewart trying to play a spoiler role in second, followed by, it looks like Benson back there in the number 3 spot. Tegan Hill trying to cut the split here to get alongside Benson. Can't quite do it coming out of the split. And we'll have to stay in the 4th spot for the moment.
Yeah, John Benson has been having some great rides, Paul. And earlier today, he was in 3rd, pushing 2nd hard, and had a huge get-off. Finished way back in the pack. And Benson now looking to move up and improve his position.
Now let's see what Tegan does here as they come to the end of the backstretch. Will they split it, or will everybody stay on the outside? Oh, Benson goes inside, Tegan goes outside. So let's see how this shakes out at the end of the split. We could have a change of position here, depending on who gets through their side of the course quicker.
Well, this is a good litmus test. Oh, it would have been, but on the inside, Benson goes down. So he's gonna lose a position there to Hill.
Yeah,
I was going to say it would be a great litmus test. Those are 2 really accomplished riders. They went into the splits at about the same time.
And now the contenders for the overall are in the top 3 positions. You've got Rowe leading, you've got Stewart second, and Hill in 3rd. So now becomes the question of, when do you take your Joker lap?
Well, none of them decided to do it in this lap. So everybody headed down the back straightaway. Going to make a turn into the left-hand side splits.
Oh, and Benson had another off. It was a short one, though. He's back up and moving, but he's going to lose another spot.
Well, it looks like he's going to try and regain that right here as they get to the end of the straight. Nope, he got stuck in the pump wash. Here comes Rowe down the front straightaway. Kevin Rowe having himself a day right now, all the way from Ottawa, Tennessee.
About 3.5 second lead right now for him over Taylor Stewart on the 315. And it's about the same gap back to Tegan Hill in 3rd. Somebody's going to have to gamble and take the Joker here. And chances are, if they take the Joker, they may very well lose the position. But they might come in close enough to be able to take it back here on the front side of the track. We'll see how things shake out.
Well, one of the things that we need to hold in mind about this is the 3rd of 3 motos. And most of these riders are in multiple classes. This is the very end of the day. Tegan Hill, 14 years old. Your leader, 44 years old. Believe me, when it comes down to the last lap, one of those 2 is going to have a lot more energy than the other.
Yeah. So let's see how things happen here. Passing flag coming out now for some of the riders at the back of the field. Your leader, Rowe, coming in, and he's going to go on the outside here on the right-hand side of the course. Same thing for Stewart, going to go to the outside. Tegan, and yep, all 3 of them going to stay to the outside because the lap traffic went to the inside.
Yep.
And they're going to clear one of the lap riders, or at least your leader, Kevin Rowe, will. So he now has a rider between himself and second place. A little extra cushion to work with.
Yeah, great sportsmanship by that lap rider. Look behind, saw the leader coming, moved way wide for 2nd and 3rd so they could get by.
And now looks like Tegan Hill coming around on the outside, so she'll move past the lap rider as well. And your leader is working on trying to get around another lapper here, but will not. Oh, boy, that was a tight squeeze. I thought he was going to have to check up there on the blue buoys on the outside, but he kind of just stuffed it in the hole there and was able to scoot through before it shut.
And that is exactly what he did. Threw that thing sideways into the hole, the hole in the water that was created by the boat in front of him, used it as a berm, and jetted right out.
So we're halfway through the final amateur ski stock moto. Rowe continues to lead, and now Tegan Hill has found her way into second. So Tegan able to get by Taylor Stewart, and has opened up a little bit of a gap as the lapper stays to the outside there, lets the leaders slip through as they come past the split, start working their way toward the backstretch.
Well, I'll tell you what, just look down, did the math real quick. Tegan Hill is literally half Taylor Stewart's age. Excuse me. Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, and your leader, Rowe, just took the joker. It's going to cost him one spot at least. Maybe not, actually. I think that was the lapper. Yes, so he was able to take it and just get out in front of Tegan Hill, but Tegan is now close as she's been to the lead all day, within 3 or 4, or he's as close to the lead as he's been all day, about 3 or 4 lengths back right now.
Here they go, down the front straightaway, your leader, Kevin Rowe, having some fun, and here goes Hill. Hill on the inside. Tegan Hill, the young man, going to try and make a move. Rowe looks over, here comes Hill. Hill makes the pass.
Oh, that was a beauty of a run there for Tegan through the inside. He really kept the speed and momentum up, and now goes out onto the backstretch. But I don't know if Hill's taken the joker yet. So now that Tegan's up in front, if he hasn't taken the joker, he's got to crank it up and at least pull out a 4-second gap to be safe.
Oh, Tegan on the far left-hand side, just pulling away.
So a couple other riders taking their joker. It looks like the 315 to Taylor Stewart going through and taking the joker lap that time. Last we saw Taylor had fallen back to third place. So now watching the leaders coming through. Here comes Tegan Hill. Remember, we're past halfway, so the laps are clicking away here quickly. So Tegan holding on to a pretty good advantage over Kevin Rowe. And you were talking about that youthful exuberance and energy.
Right.
Well, you've got the youngest rider of the contenders at the front of the field right now, and may arguably be the freshest in this third moto.
No question about it. He goes.
So Tegan working back down the backstretch. We're going to try to eyeball the gap here. Give you an idea of what the interval is. And I want to say it's close to 5, maybe 5 seconds plus between first and second. And if that's the case, that would give Tegan plenty of cushion to be able to get out there, get that joker lap out of the way, come back in, and still hang on to the lead by maybe about a second or so.
No question about it.
But here's the thing. We can see that, Kurt, because we're up here. Riders have no idea where second place is behind them or where anybody else is in the running order. They just know what's in front of them on the course.
Yes, they do. And as we're saying that white flag out, this is the final lap. Tegan Hill, gone. Kevin Rowe, gone. Taylor Curtis, gone. First, second, third, and fourth have the daunting task of staying upright for one more lap, because nobody's passing unless there's an error.
All right, well, Tegan coming down the backstretch here for the final time. May have taken the joker earlier. Now, it's hard for us to keep track of everybody that's taken the joker, so when we talk about that, we're looking through it just through 2 sets of eyes up here. So,
officially unofficial.
We leave that to the highly paid timing and scoring staff.
Absolutely.
So here comes Tegan.
Folks, as this young man comes down the line, let's give him a round of applause. Unofficially your new amateur ski stock world champion.
Yeah, great ride by Tegan, taking the lead there towards the end of the race by using the split lane on the right-hand side. Here comes Kevin Rowe with the 995. He will finish unofficially second overall with a 1, a 3, and a 2. The 315 to Taylor Stewart will come through and lock up third overall.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and finish out Pro-Am Runabout GP. With Stan Hightower. Hightower, the only competitor left in this class, so he's going to do a single lap, score the overall win, earn his championship, and we'll go on to the next. You know, I got to ask you, Stan, is this team grandfather? Because I'm looking at your holders. That's your dad, that's your son? Okay.
He's the same age I am. Me? He is. Me too. He's the world champion drag racer. Got the most.
A boat drag racer?
Most jet skis. The most drag racing jet ski wins at the drag.
Got a little time a little later, I'll bring him up.
Well, champions attract champions. Stan Hightower said, hey, you know, one of my holders, I know he looks like my grandfather, but he's actually my age, and also a champion in his own right. See if we can get a chance to speak a little later about that. All right, getting this course set. All right, this is Pro Runabout GP. Stan Hightower has absolutely scared the life out of all the other competitors, so he's going to go ahead, get his victory lap in, and then we're going to move on to race 21, moto number 3 in the IRoC Stock. I think Hightower might have missed that buoy. He's going to have to go around and do another lap. Hightower's fast enough to lap himself. Let's see if he takes the Joker buoy. Oh, he's going to be down a lap. Stan Hightower just completed a 41.67 lap time. He is boiling the water. Look for fish to be coming up over there on the far side of the lake. Woo!
I'd be the only way I could actually catch any fish in a lake would be to boil them up to the top of the surface. All right, IRoC Stock coming up on the line. This is race number 21. Valentina Lescano has been lights out fast. She has won both motos coming in, so she leads on 2 points. Kenny Compton, who won an amateur world championship yesterday, he's running second in the overall right now with a 2-2 for 4 points. And then Cody Tetro has a 3-3 for 6 points, so he is third overall. Valentina basically just needs to equal what she's done the first 2 motos. That's easy, right? Just go out and win again.
It has been for her today. It has been. That EX she's on is absolutely spectacular.
The boats are fired and ready, waiting for timing and scoring to be ready to go here. And as soon as Kenny puts the 2-minute board up, and then we know that we will be moments away from the start. Also in the field, Daniel Steele is on the number 128, and Shelby Warman from about 2 hours, 2.5 hours away from my hometown. She's in Schenectady, outside of Albany, New York. She's on the 319.
That's a beautiful boat on the far right-hand side. That mirrored pink is just amazing in the sun. You'll see it a little bit later.
All right, here we go. And red flag is waving, so somebody had a case of premature acceleration.
No question about it. I know it's embarrassing, but it happens.
So
And I'll be
Marshall's
frank,
out.
I didn't see the entire line, so I really have no idea who jumped it.
Well, we'll have to see who the guilty party will be. You'll be able to tell who the guilty party is because they're going to start with a hand on their head, dead stick.
Perhaps if they did it because someone wasn't holding their line, sometimes they'll give them a talking to, give them that first opportunity. This being the third and final moto, I'm thinking, hey, you better know what you're doing by the time you get here.
Yeah. And there's one thing that the racers are dealing with today, and, well, we're dealing with it too, and that's the wind. because we did not have this level of wind here yesterday. Steady winds right now at about 15 to 20 miles per hour across the water. And even though they call this a flat water course, it's anything but flat right now.
Yeah, well, it definitely roughs it up. And with these big runabout hulls, traveling at, let's call it 75 miles an hour on the back straightaway, that sets up some waveforms. Still not the same as an offshore, an ocean race.
True, very true.
But you are absolutely correct. Chicago, let's see, Racine, Wisconsin. We've been there where the Great Lakes are flatter than this. We've been there with rollers coming in that were impressive, believe me.
All right.
Oh, and it's Kenny Compton over here with his hand on his head. All right, there they go. Oh, Valentina Lescano got a much better start this time. Cody Tetrault is right there,
and
but
Kenny
she's
Compton,
got the inside.
Yeah, Kenny Compton just floating out into the course finally gets it fired up. So, man, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yes, he does. That's unfortunate, too. He had good points.
Oh,
Look
great
at
move.
The battle.
Yeah, great move there for the number 2 spot. I think that was Steele that just stole the second position on the inside lane there from Tetro as Valentina comes off the inside lane here at the end of lap number 1. The battle's going to be on for second. Coming on the outside is Warman on the 319. Let's see if she can make it to the end of the split before Steele. No.
Steele's definitely got that. Warman in a good position back there in third spot. Strategy with that Joker boy going to be important in this race.
So a good gap.
And Warman goes and takes it right off. And so does
Cody Tetro.
Cody Tetro, thank you.
Yeah, so they will follow each other out of the Joker lane and streak their way down towards the end of the backstretch. Your top 2 going through on the outside on the blue buoys. So Valentina picking up where she left off after the first 2 motos. As she'll lead here at the end of this lap here in the deciding moto, looking to pick up the broom and sweep the competition here and grab herself a world championship.
Yeah, I think she's got herself a little shop back there, one of those handy back things. She is gone out here. She's in another zip code, another time zone. The battle really is going to be between Warman, Tetro, and now Compton.
Yeah, and Tetro trying to come through, almost up alongside, coming out of the split. Not close enough, going to fall back 2 or 3 lengths. So
now those who already taken the Joker boy, I'm not sure about Compton.
But the advantage here for both the riders in 3rd and 4th place having taken that Joker, talking about Warman and Tetro, is the fact that this is now an actual race for position. They could just focus on racing the track and racing each other. They don't have to worry about it. Whereas Valentina, the leader, and Daniel running in the 2nd spot, they got to figure out their timing. And it looks like right now Valentina, she's far enough out in front she could take that Joker and it wouldn't cost her much time, if any.
I think she could stop off at the 7-Eleven, get a cup of coffee, hop back on, and still maybe make it in for the final lap.
And she's going to go ahead and get that Joker out of the way right now. So around that green buoy by the bleachers all the way on the far side of the lake here. And she'll come arcing back in. And now Daniel, this is a good counter move here. Decides, what the heck, I might as well go ahead and take it at the same time too.
Great thought on his part. No question about it. Only one who hasn't taken it potentially is Kenny Compton. I couldn't say one way or the other. Haven't seen him do it. On the left-hand side of the track, Valentina Lescano taking that powerful Miami jet ski Yamaha EX home. Driving down the front straightaway. She has got the entire front straightaway lead.
So she is on pretty much cruise control right now. Joker is done. She could just think about hitting her lines, watching for the any potential bad spots in the water or any chop that might be caused by the wind and the other boats out on the water. And Tetro, again, going to try to go to the inside here, trying to find a way to get up there ahead of Shelby Warman. Oh, so close there at the end of the split. If not for maybe an extra horsepower, you know?
Well, and to be honest, Paul, that potential pass was ended at the beginning of the straightaway because Warman got a much better drive onto it.
So Valentina continuing to work her way around and comes to the cross flags. That means we're halfway through this deciding moto here in IRoC Stock. Valentina took home a fair share of hardware yesterday. They're going to have to build an extension on her trailer to take home all the trophies.
Well, I believe they just opened a new shop, so lots of shelves up there to display them. Yes, of course. Shelby Warman now got a pretty good drive this time. Let's see. Looks over, and Shelby's got it one more time.
Yeah, again, Cody Tetro taking that inside just gets closer and closer and closer.
One more time, Valentina Lescano, the Miami jet ski phenom, coming down the front straightaway, large and in charge. You see her pushing that thing forward like she needs more speed. You got the lead.
Yeah, she's got a lead of about a good third of a lap right now, but again, you don't have anybody really signaling you. You don't have spotters in your ear like in NASCAR telling you where the next next competitor is. So as far as you're concerned, when you're out there riding, you got somebody hot in your tail. You're just going to hot foot it all the way.
Well, one more time through here, and now Shelby got a couple of boat lengths on Cody, and that's taking some of the pressure off her at the end of that split course. Out in front, Lescano, third of a lap lead minimum. You got clear water in front of her the whole course around.
And the good thing here is that everybody is pretty much on the same side of the course at the same time.
Right.
So what that means for Valentina is she's not catching any lappers. That means she's not getting into any of that pump wash or any of that rough water right now.
Exactly correct, Paul.
Now let's give a call to Daniel Steele. Had fourth places in the first two motos, having a great redemption ride here in the third moto, hanging on to that number 2 spot.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He looks over in futility at Valentina coming off the back straightaway as he starts to get on it. He's just, you can see him shake his head like, nah, this probably ain't going to happen.
Yeah, it's almost like...
But you never know.
Yeah.
Mechanicals can happen. And as I say that, well, she just keeps driving along way out in front of everybody.
Yeah, she's kind of going with the current of the water and taking that wide line off that last blue buoy because you can see the waves with the way the wind is blowing. The waves are coming in our direction. So that means you're literally riding the crest of those waves when you go to make that big tight turn. If you try to turn too tight, you might wind up tip-topping yourself over and turning turtle.
Or sliding over into the grass over there and finding yourself a turtle.
Yeah. Well, there's more than turtles here, isn't there?
No.
So Valentina continuing onward, enjoying a nice Saturday afternoon cruise here at the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championships presented by HydroTurf. And when she clears the final bluey on the blue course here, it comes around, she'll see the white flag waving. 1 lap to go.
This is the penultimate lap for Valentina Lescano on that 176 Yamaha EX. Powered by Miami Jet Ski and her dad, Sebastian. Here comes Danielle Steele, North Palm Beach, Florida. He's Broward Motorsports and Hamilton sponsored. Having a great ride through here this time.
And here comes Cody Tetro one more time. Going to try to take that inside run to see if he can get to the split ahead of Wortman. Nope, not going to happen.
Not even close. As a matter of fact, Kenny Compton, if Cody doesn't look out, Kenny Compton is starting to reel him in. He might be able to bounce in there and get another position, which would help him for the overall.
Meanwhile, Valentina will come around here through the final couple of corners here on the left side. 3 motos, 3 wins, a perfect day, and a world championship in IROC Stock.
Folks, give her a round of applause as she comes in. She is your new IRoC Stock 2021 Pro Watercross World Champion. unofficially.
And a great ride for Daniel Steele as he'll come through here to finish off in the number 2 spot on that number 128 Sea-Doo. And Shelby Warman comes through with her best finish of the 3 rounds with a 3rd. Tetro will finish in 4th, and Compton was never able to recover from the start issue on the initial start. Winds up finishing in 5th. That'll bring us to race number 22 getting assembled on the line. This is Pro-Am Ski Stock in the deciding moto. No surprise, when Coy Curtis is in the field, you would expect him to have nothing but ones next to his name, and that's exactly the case here. He's won both motos coming into this final round.
Paul, just want to jump in here in the prior race. Looks like Valentina Lescano, we're doing the math here, in first. Second, Cody Tetro. Kenny Compton gathering that 3rd spot by 1 point, unofficially.
Now, Dustin Voss on the number 24 has finished 2nd in both the Pro-Am Ski Stock motos, so he's on 4 points to Coy's 2. As we get the end, the fighter here, Stephen Hill, Patrick Zarnich, Will Scruggs, Taylor Stewart also in the field for this one. But the focus is going to be on that guy starting here on the far left, Coy Curtis on the 155, and he rips the whole shot on that inside lane.
Taylor Stewart had a good drive off the line, but he's got some distance. He's going to try and sweep on that outside. Watch him out there. Coy Curtis gone on the inside. Done.
Yeah, once again.
That's Dustin Voss. Excuse me, Paul. I was trying to see the number. That's Dustin Voss, who finished 2nd to Curtis in the prior 2 motos. And here comes Voss. And there's Will Scruggs. Scruggs, another front runner, back up there.
Yep, Stewart in 4th, Tegan Hill in 5th. Looks like Sarnich in the 6th spot. Didn't get the greatest of starts, trying to work up here out of the lane split, trying to beat Tegan into the corner. They were almost side by side, and you could see that Patrick kind of eased up a little bit on the throttle there. Didn't want to make contact, so he eased up and let Tegan have the position, live to fight on another day.
Well, that's the joy of being about twice as old as your competitor. You got a little more experience to think about. Top 3, left-hand side of the course. Coy Curtis running down the front straightaway, looks over his shoulder. Like that. Not close. Not even close right now.
Yeah, and he's going to stay on the inside here. Dustin Voss going to go to the outside, but not going to matter at the end of the split because Coy is way out there in front.
So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd really spaced far apart. Make it 4th. Tegan Hill trying to make a move up on Taylor Curtis with Patrick Sarnish.
And Coy's going to go ahead and get his joker lap out of the way. He had about a 5-second gap coming around the yellow buoys there before the backstretch, so no problem for him. He'll easily drop back in here about a second in front of Dustin Voss, who has not taken his joker yet.
And Voss choosing to follow Curtis on that outside split course. I don't know that these riders know they readjusted the split courses, but that's a decision they need to make every lap when they come through here. No decision for Curtis. He's out front, has clean water. He goes where he wants to. Voss still fairly close, Paul. Surprisingly, Curtis left in the first 2 motos, but Voss starting to reel Curtis in a little bit out there.
And meanwhile, all by himself on the track right now, Will Scruggs out of Chickamauga, Georgia, that Chattanooga Jet Ski Club sponsored 101 machine, is solidly in 3rd, not being challenged right now. Stewart in 4th, with Hill giving chase from the 5th position.
I was thinking Scruggs, it would have been a great opportunity or opportune time to take the Joker boy, but with the lead he's got, he maintains that, and he can just take it anytime. Here comes your leader, Coy Curtis. Absolutely spectacular in, well, everything.
Yeah,
Freestyle, closed course. he's homeschooled, so he's the valedictorian there as well. Is there anything Coy Curtis can't do?
I'm starting to wonder about that, actually.
Will Scruggs coming by looking strong.
He might not be able to do a quadratic equation, but he definitely knows how to add math in pro watercross. 1, 1, and currently P1.
And you would think 1, 1, and 1 would be 3, but it's 1. So Taylor Curtis got a lot of company there with Tegan Hill all over the back of him, jumping inside, outside on his pump wash as they were coming down the front straightaway. Curtis making the turn onto the back straight, and there's Hill right behind him.
Halfway signal coming up, so Coy Curtis halfway through its final moto and a handful of laps away from adding more World Championship hardware to his trophy case.
Wow, and Curtis and Voss have just left the rest of the field. I mean, there's nothing more to say about that other than Dustin Voss, can he catch Coy Curtis?
Yeah, I'd say the gap right now between the top 2 and third place would be the gap between Miami and Jacksonville.
And so Curtis takes the outside, and that is a gap right there.
And Tegan Hill following Taylor Stewart on the inside, trying to draw in there. That could be a potential battle for position as we get into the later laps here, as 3rd, 4th, and 5th are pretty close together. Yeah, and Patrick's like, he's
Come on, Bessie, let's go.
Yeah. Trying to kick that scooter to go a little bit faster.
Trying not to get lapped because Coy Curtis is coming at Mach 7.
Dustin Voss scurrying through the inside, coming out of the split here on the right-hand side of the track. So we basically got part of the field on one end, part of the field at the other end. I haven't looked at Voss the last couple laps to see whether or not he's taken the Joker. I'm going to assume that he probably has at this point. So,
and that's where the other 40 boat lengths went. Yeah, look at the battle going on here with Taylor Curtis and Tegan Hill. Tegan's been following Curtis lap after lap after lap. It's like there's a bungee cord between them. Curtis gets a little lead. Tegan reels it back in again. Curtis gets a little lead. Hill pulls him back.
Yeah, they're just going back and forth, back and forth. It keeps accordioning depending on what part of the track they're in. And meanwhile, Voss working all by himself, and that's got to be a tough thing when you know the leader is way out there. You don't know who's behind you. You're watching the leader disappear off into the distance, and you're stuck out there by yourself. This is what really separates riders, is that ability to just kind of block that out of your mind and just focus on keep doing fast laps, keep doing fast laps. I can't do anything except keep doing fast laps.
Oh, and speaking of that, watch this now. Tegan Hill going to the inside. Taylor Curtis to the outside. I don't think he knew how close he was. Curtis looks over. There's Hill. They're going to meet at the buoy. Who's it going to be?
Oh,
Tegan
there you
Hill.
go. Yeah, that was youth and brashness right there.
Right there,
I
baby.
own this line, and you're not taking it from me.
Move over, Rover. Tegan's taking over.
There you go.
Justin Voss coming through one more time. That gorgeous 24 machine.
And by the way, if you're wondering, Kurt, where the leader is, middle of the backstretch.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I will. Nobody between him in second place like a decade back.
Yeah, exactly. So we should be closing in on a couple laps left to run in the moto here, as once again, Coy Curtis will work through the outer lane on the left side of the course there around the blue buoys. And what amazes me is the launch he gets coming onto these straightaways, because he is able to carve these buoys a lot tighter than anybody else coming onto a straightaway. And not only that, he doesn't lose power when he does that. He carves it, and he just launches out of the hole.
Yeah, well, he keeps that pump loaded up, and with his body weight, he's barely even there.
So he has caught up to Stewart, it looks like, at the back of the field. We'll try to make a pass on him going through the backstretch. White flag has waved, so this is the final lap.
Coy Curtis coming around, going to earn himself another championship here at the 2021 Pro Watercross LIQUI-MOLY World Championships. Folks, I'm going to ask you just one more time as Coy Curtis comes by. Give this young world champion some applause.
A fantastic effort, much like we saw Valentina at IROC Stock. Coy Curtis gets out the broom, sweeps all three motos, and is your LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Champion and Pro-Am Ski Stock, presented by HydroTurf.
Dustin Voss circulating through. He's taking that second position, and that'll garner second overall. And we'll leave the list. I guess we won't. There goes Will Scruggs, followed through by Tegan Hill, Patrick Sarnish.
All right, let's set the table for our next race, Sport Stock Final Moto. Devin Farthing, King D, has a 1 and a 1 next to his name from the first two motos, so he is your current overall leader coming into this one and most likely would be the favorite. So Devin Farthing on the 116. Again, the favorite coming in, winner of the first two motos here in Sports Stock. Other riders in the field, Sammy Nemi on the 13, Jax Hayden on the 36, Renato Caggioli on the 77, Gary Berka, Tori Snyder, Christopher Landis, Tom Keller, Lance Johnson, Sam Tyler, and Dustin Berry. And we are ready for the start.
Good drives. All right, and we're at that point, Paul, when the sun is behind us. We can't see those numbers till they come around. That looks like Christopher Landis with a drive on the inside. He's got Devin Farthing all over him. Landis getting the whole shot, and he'll take the lead. Farthing in second.
Well, let's see, off the outside lane, who's going to come through for third?
Tori Snyder. There goes Sammy Nemi and Tom Keller. Keller stealing away from Nemi here on the inside.
Yeah,
there goes Talon Farthing on the outside. And everybody made it through safely on lap one.
Yeah, well done. And a couple of passes made there in the respective lane splits out in front, though, as they go charging down toward the end of the backstretch. You've got Devin Farthing chasing after the race leader. They're both going to stay on the outside here as they work their way through the left side of the course.
Paul, you weren't here earlier, just to let you know, Devin Farthing turned 18 today. He waited until today to sign his form because he didn't have to have mom sign it for him. I'm not kidding.
He's going to lead here at the end of lap number 2. The gap is going to be about 1.7 seconds back to the second spot where Farthing is, followed by Snyder in third. Then it looks like it's Tom Keller holding on to fourth, and Sammy Nemi has the fifth spot in hand right now. Everybody taking the inside here on the right side of the course. Nobody went to the outside on this lap.
Not on this lap. Dusty Burry back there behind Sammy Nemi. And the 277 of Matt Johnson back there. Matt Johnson, we haven't seen him up near the front this weekend. We normally do, so hopefully he gets a good ride in this moto.
And it looks like a little bit further back in the field, one of the riders taking the Joker there. So getting the Joker lap out of the way. Leaders haven't done it yet because they're too close together to do that. If you take the Joker in a tight pack like this, you're going to lose at least 2 spots.
It would make it difficult. I'll tell you what, though, at this point, I'm thinking Devin Farthing could, with the speed of that boat, he could drop off, pick up that buoy. Probably he'll drop only 1 position, if that, and then he'd be in the catbird seat for the rest of the moto.
So the leaders again separated here by about 1.5 seconds as they work to the end of the backstretch. Then you've got to go about 2.5 to 3 seconds back to pick up your third place rider right now as they will sweep back into the left-hand side of the course. A little variation here.
Landis to the outside. We got Farthing on the inside. Landis smooth, looking strong. Farthing bobbled a couple of times. That inside section is getting rougher now. Curtis retains the lead. Here comes Devin Farthing in second. They call him the Iceman for a reason. Torrey Snyder in third with Tom Killer Keller in full pursuit. And look out, Tom, Dusty Burry on the 999 coming at you.
So as they head to the backstretch once again, Landis making the turn. He will not take the Joker, neither will Farthing. They'll chase each other. We'll see if this time through, if Devin decides to go ahead and take that inside lane again. Didn't really work for him a lap ago. If anything, he may have lost a little bit of ground, so he might just elect to follow through on the outside, and that is exactly the case for Devin Farthing. Just trying to keep the leader within sight. As long as he can keep the leader within 1 second or 2 in front of him, that'll keep the leader from taking the Joker at least until the last lap when they don't have a choice.
Which is great race strategy, but I just got to tell you, Paul, I did the math, and Devin could finish back as far as, I believe, 6th and still win the championship.
Right, so
he's
right
in
now,
a great spot. He is afforded the opportunity to choose his time to make the pass. He doesn't have to force it. He can let it come to him.
Right, he can just worry about bragging rights. I'm sure he'd like to take this one out the back gate and win this moto and sweep like a couple of other competitors have done here during the course of the day. They'll head back through the left side lane split again, both on the outside. Your leader getting ready to come back around here, so Landis will come to the halfway signal this time. So we're halfway through this final moto here in Sports Stock.
Christopher Landis continues to lead. He's having a great ride through here, Paul. But as we said earlier, Devin Farthing, he can stay there all day long. He'll still be leaving with the championship hardware. Torrey Snyder is the one that really needs to make a move here.
Torrey had a terrible finish of 11th in the first moto, and then not much better with the 7th in Moto 2, but sitting up here in the top 5 here in Moto 3, definitely going to be an assist for him to move up in the overall standings if he can get a good finish.
It would certainly help, and Talon Farthing having an unconventional ride for him. If you look at Talon's finishes, he had a third and a second, and he's mired back in the pack for some reason here. Just didn't get the good start and hasn't been able to pull up yet.
And Tom Keller went ahead and took his Joker lap that time through on the 222. And here comes Devin Farthing. He's going to go where nobody else has been going, on the outside of the right side lane split, trying to chew up a little bit of that gap between himself and Landis, but Landis still hanging on. They're going to get into traffic here in probably about 2 laps, too, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, well, Devin definitely gained about a boat length and a half in that by using the outside this lap through. Not saying he can do it every time, but it certainly worked then. And Farthing got a little bit of speed there at the end of the back straight. He's going to take the inside. Landis already on the outside. Farthing throwing it down. The inside's so rough, but he's got to try it. And Landis will retain the position, but Farthing's going to be very close now.
Yeah, if anything, he chopped it down now to about 1 second, so he took a half a second out of the advantage. They'll both take the inside lane on the right side of the course here as they streak out toward the backstretch once again.
So Devin got himself a little adrenaline rush there as the boats, as HX Hall started to roll over. He was on the pump wash of Christopher Landis, almost hit that buoy, came off. He made it through. After he went by, he turned and looked back at the buoy like, what is it with you?
Well, let's see if he goes for that inside lane again here this time. And he's going to crank through and stay on the outside. So again, he's going to follow Landis through as we close into the final few laps here in this final Sports Stock Moto of the day.
Lapped riders coming up, Paul, as you said. And who's it going to be? As they get over onto the back straightaway, we're going to have a couple of lapped riders in there. Maybe this is the opportunity for Farthing to jump out there and get it. Maybe it's the opportunity for Christopher Landis to get out there and get it. And that is Jax Hayden taking it.
And it looks like somebody else going out and taking the Joker lane as well. That may be Farthing that just
Devin
took
Farthing,
it. Yeah,
the Iceman. So Farthing got it into control. Landis with the lead over here on the far left side. He's on the split now, on the outside split. But Farthing now has clear water that he can work to catch up with Landis, and then Landis is going to have to take the Joker at some point.
And Gary Berka with the 93 was looking over his shoulder because he could hear the leaders coming through. So the leaders working their way through traffic, and last second there, Devin decided to go to the inside. I thought he might go to the outside there, looking and seeing Jax Hayden, who had just taken the Joker, going through the split. Jax does a good job of clearing the way there so that Devin could continue to chase after your leader, and your leader is catching up to Berka with the number 93, and now the leader goes Joker. So let's see what happens with Devin Farthing.
It's going to be close, Paul. Watch these two boats. They're going to meet on the back straightaway at over 60 miles an hour. Farthing just drops in front of Curtis, and he takes over the lead, Paul.
Yeah, so Devin Farthing playing his cards right there and had the power down the backstretch to out-drag Landis and finally get up in front for the first time in this moto, and appropriate timing because we're coming to the white flag this time.
Yeah, there's laundry coming out. Devin Farthing, the Iceman. 1 lap to go for a championship.
As again, he's looking to wrap it up by sweeping all 3 motos on the day, and there's still hectic action going on behind him here.
There are battles going throughout in this last lap. Look at this. We've got 4 riders. Oh, no. Now we've got 3 riders. I think that's Burry that just went down there. Here comes Talon.
So Devin Farthing working his way through the blue buoys here on the left side of the course for the final time. Winner in the first 2 motos. He'll lock down a world championship in sports stock with a command performance to take it here in moto number 3.
Happy birthday to you, Iceman Farthing. Christopher Landis with a phenomenal ride. Gary Berka just coming by in front of Tori Snyder in 3rd spot. Dusty Burry back there in the 4th position. Unofficially. That'll be Sammy Nemi in 5th and Matt Johnson in 6th.
So congratulations again to Devin Farthing as the JetTrim Farthing Racing Jet Pilot entry picks up the World Championship for Sports Stock.
Up next, Junior Ski Stock, 10 to 12. We've had some battles in this class. Gary Holbein Jr. out of Fairhope, Alabama, has a 1 and a 1. Jax Rowe out of Ooltewah, Tennessee, a 2 and a 2. Abby Weldon, double 3s down there. So it's been a procession at this point. Let's see who gets the whole shot down there, Paul. And we want to say race 25, Pro-AMG Ski GPs. Sorry, folks, we're looking for our paperwork. There they go. And GH, Gary Holbein, another hole shot on that number 53 machine. And second, Abby Weldon, Jax Rowe. Then Abby Weldon. Abby Weldon holding Jax Rowe off here. I gotta love it. All three taking the outside split.
And they'll stay on the outside here on the right side of the course as well. Nobody lined up on the left side for the start here, so nobody was on the inside. And how about Gary Holbein? He is fired up and fired out over the field. We got a good little battle for second going on here now as well. Looks like Abby holding off Jax for the moment as Jax tries to flare it out wide. Oh, look at that power pass with authority.
Oh, Jax Rowe, and I'm going to say it right now. I think Jax obviously has, or not obviously, but has a lot more experience than Abby. And based on the earlier motos, I think he was giving her a wide berth. Don't want anything to happen. He's got plenty of time to make the move.
And Gary went ahead and got his joker out of the way this time through on the backstretch. So he's free and clear now the rest of the way.
Race 25 to the line, Pro-Am Ski GP.
So here comes your leader as Gary will make his way around to click off the next lap. He'll cruise through on the inside of the course here. So got a pretty significant lead built up over Jax. And Abby is falling back just a little bit there in the third spot.
She's secure in that third place position. Here comes Abby on that 139 machine, the silver bullet.
Yep. Sponsored by Sid's Garage Doors and stepmom Heather Weldon. Jax Rowe riding for the Chattanooga Jet Ski Club gang. And, of course, Gary Holbein up the front of the field. That's the Jet Blast Jet Pilot JetTrim Jet Blast of Mississippi machine.
You don't jet say.
You're absolutely jetting correct.
Well, speaking of that, Gary Holbein is, what a day he's having. I mean, this young man, so much fun to be around. We spoke with, saw Gary and his mom this morning, Paul. Talked to him about some illicit scooter riding he was doing in the pits yesterday. Said, Gary, I hate to talk, call you out to your mom, but I want you safe. Oh, speaking of which.
Yep.
It's that announcer's curse, Paul.
Yeah,
it's the same, isn't it? In automobile racing, it is in pro watercross.
Pretty much. You talk good about somebody, and all of a sudden they have an issue. Now, fortunately for Gary, he didn't come completely off, and his tether didn't come disconnected either. He just kind of laid it over there a little bit and eased up, got his balance back, got back up on it. He might have lost a second or two, but that's about it.
And there's no possibility of him losing the overall championship. At this point, it's mathematically impossible. Oh, Paul, you hear those mean engines idling up here for this next class. That Pro-Am Ski GP, it's going to be off the hook.
Gary Holbein coming by here to hit the halfway point in this junior ski stock 10 to 12 category. He's put a lap on Abby Weldon. as Abby just coming out of the final corner here, back down through the checkered buoys. And then not too far back is your second place running Jax Rowe on the number 95. So they're 1, 3, and 2 as they run on the racetrack right now.
Yes, they are. And Jax Rowe, he hasn't been able, just hasn't had the speed to keep up with Gary Holbein this weekend. But throughout the years, those two have had a lot of battles together. So we'll look forward to seeing them next year. Of course, Paul, we'll look forward to seeing everyone next year, this being the final race of the year.
Absolutely.
Tell me it's not so, sir. Tell me it's not so.
I'd love to tell you it's not so, but unfortunately it is so.
It's that post-World Championship depression that happens to me every year.
Right, right.
Here comes Gary Holbein. Oh, he's getting chased by a bumblebee the size of a bird.
We haven't had a chance to look at any of this drone footage
No, we
yet,
haven't, but man,
this
I
stuff's
want
got to
to.
be lights out awesome to be able to follow along with the rider on the water like that.
I would pay money to watch that. Not a lot because I watch it live, but some.
Yeah, right.
I would. I pay theater admission.
So Gary riding out the final couple of laps of this one here to put a lock on the Junior Ski Stock Championship here at the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championships presented by Hydro Turf. And it's a great feeling when you're a racer in a 3-moto format like this. When you come in, you know that you've dominated the first two, and you get that start in the third one, because then you know it's all about just having some fun.
White flag, 1 lap to go for our fun-filled Gary Holbein. Gary just out for a nice Saturday afternoon cruise because nobody's challenging him here.
Matter of fact, he's about halfway down the backstretch in second place, just coming onto the straightaway here in front of us on the shore. So Gary working his way through the course here for the final time. 1 turn to make. And like so many others today, he has dominated, winning all 3 motos. Your Junior Ski Stock World Champion in the 10 to 12 category is Gary Holbein Jr. And Jax Rowe will come through for a second. Abby Weldon will come away third.
Pro-Am Ski GP riders, can you hear me down there? Yes. So, keep the engines off. We're doing this for CBS. I want to announce your name, Paul or I. When I do, please put your hand in the air so we can identify you, get a shot, all right? Everybody got it? Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now to set the table for the Pro-Am Ski GP deciding moto. Camden Powell looks to be your favorite right now as he has a second and a first to his credit. So he is top overall with 3 points coming into this race. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce to you your Pro-Am Ski GP competitors for this deciding race.
Hey, we going in? You gonna call the name? I don't want to sit here and wait 20 minutes for the boat water. Are you gonna announce the names or not? We don't want to put the boats in the water until we're ready. I don't want to sit here and float for 5 minutes.
Pro-Am Ski GP Moto number 3. The championship round on the number 4 machine out of Syracuse, Indiana, Zeke Kime.
And out of Davie, Florida, he is riding the number 13 machine. That'll be Sammy Niemi.
On the number 15 out of High Point, North Carolina, Matthew Richuk.
And out of Apex, North Carolina, riding the number 19, welcome Callaway Turner.
On the double 4 out of Syracuse, Indiana, Camden Powell.
And on the 44S, he's from Lake Havasu, Arizona, Rafael Morin.
On the 51 out of Miramar, Florida, David Cabrera.
And aboard the number 85 from Biloxi, Mississippi, Jules Hopkins.
On the 116 out of Aquis, Georgia, we're calling him Iceman, the birthday man, Devin Farthing.
And aboard the number 160 from Cordoba, California, Franco Vaccardi.
On the 342 out of San Diego, California, Eric Swick.
And from the Sunshine State in Pensacola on the 417, it's Brett Underhill.
Rounding out the field on the 702 from Raleigh, North Carolina, it's Jeb Zarzauer. That's Pro-Am Ski GP, race 25, Moto number 3. Let's go make champions.
Winner in Moto number 1 was Rafael Morin, but then he had a 12th in the second Moto, which is taking him out of contention for the overall. Again, Camden Powell on that Speed Racing Ignite number 44. He's the favorite going in because he had a second in the first Moto and won the second Moto. Final Moto of Pro-Am Ski.
Oh, Matthew Richuk with a huge jump on the inside. Matthew Richuk cutting away from everyone. He's got Farthing on the outside, but Richuk has got it on the inside.
So we'll watch Farthing on the outside. We'll see who comes out at the end of the split here. This is going to be all important with a big field to try to get out front early. And as they carve off the inside and make their way across the line, Richuk will have the advantage over Powell.
It is Richuk and Powell. Powell on fire. Look at the speed. Cam Powell on fire out there. Matthew Richuk has the fresh water. Here comes Cam Powell into the pump wash. Look at the lead that Matthew Richuk is able to pull out already. Cam Powell outside of his pump wash. Paul, this is going to be a good one.
And one of the riders immediately taking the joker here that was running at third and going to cost him at least one spot, falling back into the 5th position as they carve through the outside section of the course. Your leader works the inside as they'll come to the end of the split here and back down. Once again, it is Richuk with the lead by about a second over Powell. Let's see who is third now as they come through. It's going to be tight for the number 3 spot. Give it to the number 23 machine. Your leaders working their way out toward the backstretch once again. Now they've opened up a little bit of a gap, not enough to probably worry about taking the joker lane right now. They want to get a little further out over the rest of this field as both Richuk and Powell make their way down here onto the right side, or excuse me, the left side of the course and take the outside split lane.
As they headed in there, we've got a rider down, so it's a yellow flag. That's going to pack up and slow down. Any rider looking forward is going to want to take the inside. It's going to be a big advantage. Nobody's looking.
And traffic clear. Looked like the rider that was in trouble was Jules Hopkins on the number 85. Jules back underway, a little further back in the field. Looks like David Cabrera right now running in fourth, followed by the 116. That'll be Devin Farthing back here in the number 5 spot.
I'll tell you what, Farthing and Cabrera have got a little battle going on out there. And in front of them on the 23 machine, Rafael Mauren. That is a borrowed machine from him, and he is making that thing turn. He won Moto number 1 going away, had a mechanical in 2.
Yeah, and that had an issue on the start here in Moto 3 that's kind of buried him in the back of the field. Right now, Matthew Ritchuk doing everything he can to have a shot at becoming the Pro-Am Ski GP World Champion. He needs to win this moto and hope that something happens to Camden Powell on the number 44, because if Powell can come through and finish in second, nobody else is going to be close to him.
Farthing making a move on the inside. Cabrera on the outside. These two riders are going to meet at the buoy. Farthing on the inside. He pushes Cabrera wide, and Farthing takes the position, rips it away from David Cabrera.
That was controlled aggression between those two. Your leader getting ready to scoot down through the blue section once again here on the left side of the course. Carving his way off the turn there by the dock, and now down the straightaway. Matthew Ritchuk out of High Point, North Carolina, maintaining the advantage here. Now he's opened the gap up to about 2.5 to 3 seconds over Powell.
Matthew Ritchuk just having the time of his life out here. Ritchuk, a great young rider we've had with us at Pro Watercross for multiple years. Early on in his career, he showed a lot of promise, but he was on equipment that just didn't seem to fit his skill level, Paul. He luckily found a sponsor that let him use one of these Commander Industry GP1s, and all of a sudden he went from almost winning to dominating. Great to see this young man finally have his own Commander boat, and he's making the use of it here in Pro-Am GP.
So as your leader, Ritchuk, comes back around and through, followed by Powell in second. Powell, I believe, did take the Joker lane that last lap, so he's gotten his Joker out of the way. The question is, when does Ritchuk take it? Right now might not be a bad time, because he's got some traffic ahead of him. That would at least clear him out of the traffic.
Well, let's see. Look at him. Nope, he wants a bigger lead. Cam Powell now left rider between him and Ritchuk, and Powell making quick work of that left rider as they come off the back straightaway, and Powell gonna follow to the outside. First and second, one buoy away from each other for a world championship right here. Onto the front straightaway, here he comes, Matthew Ritchuk.
And we are halfway through this final moto, so Ritchuk holding on to the lead again. He's got to win this and hope that the chips fall where they may. Right now, that would be a case of Powell not finishing in second. If Powell finishes in second by 1 point, he would capture the world championship.
So at this point, Ritchuk has 2 possibilities. Lap the field and pass Camden Powell, or hope against hope that somebody can catch Cam and get in front of him.
So the leaders make their way back down here towards the main straightaway, and we'll be coming back through the checkered flag buoys here in just a moment. Once again, up in front, it is Matthew Ritchuk. Ritchuk able to take the lead at the start, but now Powell gives him a blast on the outside.
Ritchuk holding to the inside. He keeps Powell wide. Left rider in front of him. Watch Ritchuk set up. Look at Cam throw his elbows in the water, trying to make that pass. Ritchuk making that boat 8 feet wide. No way Matthew's letting his buddy by.
And that's double tough right now for Camden Powell, because he had to deal with the pump wash from not one but 2 jet skis in front of him.
No question about it.
He's had to fall back a little bit just to be able to clear some of that. And more importantly, Ritchuk able to clear the lap machine that went wide at the end of the backstretch, so he was able to clear before Powell was. Powell's going to take the run down through this really rough inside lane right now, see if he can use that to close the gap here a little bit.
And it's gonna, oh, Cam slides out. He was just gonna take the lead. couldn't quite do it. Wow, what skill to stay on that machine. And your two leaders gonna meet at this point. Richard taking it this time. And Cam Powell right behind him hits the pump wash, slides off the track, and right back in there.
So Powell really having to work extra hard here to pick and choose opportunities, and now the lead may be the big as they'll get to the backstretch now with it looks like a good 2.5 seconds in the bank over Powell, who's going to try to build that momentum up, and he's running out of time and running out of laps if he wants to get the win. And remember, if he finishes second, he still locks up the overall, but he's not going to settle for it.
Yeah, and there's nothing Matthew Richuk can do except stay upright and keep Cam Powell behind him and hope that somebody else can come up and take those points. And that may have just happened. That's Ralph Morin, who just dropped into second position. And this is what Matthew Richuk needs. Here's the caveat to that, Paul. If Morin gets by Richuk, we go back to the same position, and it'll be Cam's championship. Let's watch these laps as they run down. Ralph Morin just throwing a wrench in the works for Cam Powell.
Let's see how they handle it here as they get into the split. And it looks like Powell may have been able to get a clear spot here on the outside. And is able to shoot through. Will be able to retake the second spot. It's going to be close to come down the straightaway.
Matthew Richuk having none of it. And yet Ralph Morin stays upright. That move right there could create a championship for Matthew Richuk if everything stays the same. Ralph Morin is out to prove that that Moto 1 win was no joke, and this man has some incredible skills. These last few laps are going to be fantastic, Paul.
Yeah, now the question is what happens if Raphael gets in front of the 15 of Matthew Richuk? What would that do to the point standings, and how would that shake everything out?
Well, I believe it throw the championship back to Cam Powell once again, unofficially. Here goes your leader, Richuk. Here comes Warren. He's getting caught up behind a lapper, and that's letting Cam Powell move up. Powell trying to make his way by the lapper. He moves over, and there's Lauren.
And Morin will come out of the split ahead of Powell yet again. So we are closing in here on the final couple of laps. And right now, Camden Powell, well, he's finding himself on the outside looking in terms of the overall. He's got to catch up to that speedy machine and then try to make the pass on him. And he looks like flushed out there on the backstretch and was able to recover, but that's going to cost him some position.
Both riders go down on the far back straightaway.
And that may spell the end for Powell's hopes of a world championship here in Pro-Am Ski GP. And
Richuk still up, excuse me, Paul. And there's Morin there in second.
Yeah, and Powell, I don't know if he's been able to get back up and moving yet, but the clock is ticking here as the leaders go further and further away around the course here. So that is great news for Matthew Richuk. And right now, it doesn't matter whether or not Morin passes him for the win. Right now, he's in the driver's seat for the overall. Amazing how things can change here in Pro Watercross in a heartbeat.
In one heartbeat, Devin Farthing now, he's going to take that second position, inherited, I do believe. Well, unless it's Morin for this lap. Sun's starting to hit us here, coming out the final quarter onto the main straightaway. A little difficult to see those numbers, so we'll call them as we see them. And there is Richuk taking the inside, Morin taking the outside. Morin going to make the pass on Richuk. Here he comes, Morin gone by Richuk.
Wow.
Let's him go.
That was a power move with authority, and Richuk came through on the inside, but Morin just went right through the pump wash. Didn't even care, just hammered it.
Well, he had the right angle set up. He set that up 2 corners before, and it certainly worked. And here comes Farthing. Farthing having some challenges on the inside, but he's moving up. Farthing in a good position for third on the, or maybe even second on the podium, depending on where Campbell winds up.
And here is checkered flag winning. So looks like the win, I believe, is going to go to the 23.
Correct. That is Ralph Lauren. I'm sorry,
Yep.
it's not on your paperwork. That is
Right.
Ralph Lauren, the rider who won Moto number 1, had a mechanical of Moto number 2.
But with the second place finish, Matthew Rechuk, that would give him a total of 7 points over the 3 motos. So unofficially, Matthew Rechuk wins a very competitive Pro-Am Ski GP World Championship here at the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championship presented by HydroTurf.
What a fun ride.
And ladies and gentlemen, that'll bring us to our final race of the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross World Championship presented by HydroTurf for this Saturday with the designing moto and Pro-Am Runabout box stock.
Let's call out down there on the line on that number 1 Yamaha out of Naples, Florida. Local man makes good, Arminio Iantasca.
And also in the field aboard the number 110 machine from Bradenton, Florida, that is Tori Snyder.
On the number 5 out of Subic, Philippines, BJ Ang.
And then the yellow machine, Chase Dutton, coming to us out of Dallas, Georgia on the Extreme Propulsion Sea-Doo.
On the number 105 out of Ackworth, Georgia. Been doing this for 30 plus years. He's got 2 moto wins in front of him. King D, Dustin Farthing.
And also the black number 116, the Yamaha ride from Loganville, Georgia. That's Vanjay or VJ Ramji.
Rounding out the field, the 417, Derek Puonko out of Loon Lake, New York. Well, no Arminio Iantasca on the line. Don't know what happened there. I would assume a mechanical. Oh, that incredible Bumblebee is back.
All right, so the marshals will report to their respective positions as we get ready for the start of the final race of this World Championship Saturday here in Pro-Am Runabout box stock. King D, Dustin Farthing, looking to take it out the back gate. If he wins this one, he pulls the 1-1 and 1 sweep and has a perfect score on the day. No pressure.
Right. It's 111, 1-1-1. Chase Dutton's had some good rides. BJ Yang as well. Snyder as always.
Great launch off the left-hand side there for Snyder, and he may actually get to the boogie ahead of Farthing, and does on the inside.
Yes, he does, and that's going to make this a lot more fun. King D just about popped off that boat. He hit the pump wake at a wrong angle. He's back on it and charging. Tori Snyder going to come off the inside. Not sure he's going to be there enough. It's going to be side by side. BJ Ang from the Philippines taking the outside. Let's see, is it Snyder? It is Ang. Then
Wow.
Snyder.
That was a super aggressive move by Ang, and he just leaned into the throttle, making that corner perfectly to come out of the split ahead. And now Ang, look at him jet away down the backstretch.
What a great job by BJ Ang, and you heard the crowd, a collective sigh. There must have been a full 3 inches between those boats at 70 miles an hour, and Bang just wanted it that much more.
And I got to think back there, Farthing and Snyder are thinking, what the heck just happened here?
Well, I'll tell you what Tori Snyder's thinking. Where did you come from, and get out of my way? I got King D chasing me.
And they're all going to stay on the outside here. This is a 15-lap moto, so we're just a couple of laps into this one. By the end of this moto, this water is going to be seriously rough and choppy, and we'll see how the fitness level holds up for our top 3 here as they work their way towards the middle stages of this one.
No question about it. Well, with quite the variety. Tori Snyder, 18 years young. He's the youngest. Let's see. Let's go with Arnold Martinez at 56. King D is at 42.
Yep.
Chase Dutton at 21. Yeah.
And BJ happens to be a tender 37 years of age. Right now, the more important number to him is 1, as P1. And now cutting through the inside, Tori Snyder trying to draw in on him a little bit here. And might have gotten to within, I want to say, about 3 seconds there with that trip through the inside, followed by King D back in third. Dutton holding on to the number 4 spot. And it looks like right now VJ sits back in 5th. And going to the outside and taking the Joker, that'll be your third place rider. So King D takes the Joker. Dutton's trying to make him pay here, but as they come to the end of the backstretch, Farthing's going to drop into line. So he'll stay in third, but got his Joker lap out of the way.
Well, like you said, Paul, there's a lot of laps to go. BJ Ang out in front, and here comes Tori Snyder. Snyder trying to use that inside, get a little distance made up on BJ Ang, and looks like it worked that time.
Yeah, he gains about a half a second every time he goes through the split on the right side of the track by running the inside. But then on the flat run here, you can see down the backstretch, the gap between first and second. Oh, boy, BJ actually woed up there for a second. I'm not sure. It looked like the same thing happened with Tori, so maybe the two of them hitting some rough spots there in the water.
What happens when you get this many boats of these kind of power on the water, where there's a turn going up, you create a hole, a virtual hole, and with aerated water, it's not as dense. The boat drops in, and it can throw you right off. The battle going here is Ang and Snyder going at it.
I remember King D back there in third. He may be in the driver's seat here because he's already taken the Joker while these guys in front are battling. So if they go split out and take the Joker like your leader is right now, this could give King D the opportunity to move up into second place. That's going to put Tori up at the front of the field, and BJ's going to drop down ahead of King D. So BJ loses the lead, but he's taken his Joker, and the leader hasn't yet.
Well, at this point, Tori Snyder has to hope that half a dozen people pass King D because it's going to take some points. Dustin comes into this with 2 points. The next closest is Tori Snyder with 4. So do the math there. There's a 2-point difference. If King D is in third and Tori is in second, King D will win.
And there goes the Joker run there for Tori, and here comes BJ, not going to get him. So Tori takes over the lead. That is a key for him to get into that top spot.
Oh,
wow.
BJ having an issue, dropped the lanyard, able to get it back on, but it dropped him a position, and that's gonna cost him.
Yeah, it is. So
halfway flags are out, Paul.
Yep.
This one's halfway done. Tori Snyder, the young man from Bradenton, Florida, out in front. His mentor legend, well, his dad's his mentor legend, but longtime friend Dustin King D trying to chase him down. As it stands, King would get the championship. Tori would get second, but this race isn't over.
Yeah, and that was the key there when BJ had that issue. It allowed King D to move up into that second position. It also bumped Chase Dutton up a spot into third. So Chase having a good ride here, chasing two of the best and the fastest in this category here at the front of the field as we're working the second half of this final moto.
And I am willing to bet that BJ Yang is gonna cause some problems in front of him. I don't see him staying back in that fourth position for long.
No, he is riding hard right now, trying to catch up to Dutton, but Dutton is probably a good 5 or 6 seconds ahead of him on course at this point. And remember, the top three now have all taken their respective jokers, so right now this is just a flat-out ride to the finish. And as they work their way through the blue buoys here on the outside lane, the gap remaining about the same here between Torrey Snyder and King D as they'll come back onto the front straightaway here with a few laps still left to run.
And Torrey, similar position to Matthew Richuk in a Ski GP class. If King D stays in second, he wins the overall no matter what. If he can get a rider in between them, they'll tie on points, and Torrey, finishing the third moto in a higher position, would get the nod and the overall championship.
So this is where both the riders in the top two have really got to be smart, especially about taking their lines and watching for that chop and the pump wash, because Dutton is a little distance back, probably right now too far back to mount a serious challenge, but we just saw that bobble that BJ had earlier in this race cost him a couple of spots.
Exactly.
So there you go.
You never know. That's the thing about pro watercross racing over almost any other sport, is that your track changes every 3 feet. And it does that every single lap, every single moto. And the ability to read the water, some of these pro riders have secondary intuition. They put so many miles in, they know where to go. It might look slower to some, but they know it's faster. And nobody knows that better than King D, Dustin Farthing, in that second position. He'd like to get another championship to match his sons this weekend.
So Torrey heading back around the outside on the right-hand side, and that will allow him to get past the lap rider. And the lap rider did the smart thing there and eased out of the throttle and let King D go ahead and scoop by. Didn't want to interfere with that lead battle.
That was a very wise decision on his part. King D is not known for backing out the throttle, ever. Torrey, clear water in front of him. King D behind him. His only possibility of a championship in third, Chase Dutton. If Dutton can split himself and Snyder, Torrey will gain the championship. Anything short of Dustin finishing more than one position back, it's all over.
And BJ just has not been able to catch up to that lead trio, try as though he might. So that little mistake he had earlier in this race dearly cost him a possibility at a podium for the overall as he sits back in the fourth spot right now. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the track, your leader is still continuing through.
And King D goes down, puts his hand in the air.
Yeah, something went wrong with
and
King
there
D.
you go. Torrey Snyder is in a great position to win a championship. Doesn't mean his boat won't stop at the next corner.
No, he's got to be careful. Oh, he just actually clipped a buoy on the right-hand side there, going around the outside. Probably cut that turn maybe a little bit closer than he was anticipating. So, yeah, this puts Torrey Snyder in the driver's seat now with King D having a mechanical issue on his entry. Torrey may have very well just walked into a world championship title.
He may have, but there's still some more laps, and anything can happen in pro watercross. And it always does.
And we see Torrey actually going out there hitting the makeup buoy. So.
If he hadn't, he'd be a lap down.
Yeah. White flag will wave here. Final lap underway.
Dad's over there raising a fist. Tim Judge is putting his hands down, say, take it easy, son, take it easy. You've got this. You got this one in hand. So the final half lap for Torrey Snyder. He's got a heck of a job here, Paul. He's got to stay upright on top of that machine for about 8 more buoys, and he will be a world champion.
So he'll work his way through into the blue course here on the outside for the final time. So hanging in there, staying tough in this one is going to pay off for Torrey Snyder. And the rider from Bradenton, Florida will come to the checkers and be crowned the Pro-Am Runabout Box Stock World Champion.
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
Chase Dutton pulling up in second. Torrey Snyder hugging that machine. BJ Ang comes through.
And the rest
Then
of the
Jay
field.
Ramdeed comes through, Derek Fuoco and King D limping in on that 105. Man, what a day, Dustin, what a day.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know that our trophy presentations and award presentations will be coming up in about 30 minutes' time. So that's going to place us somewhere around 4:15 down here at the podium behind the Tower of Power.
Paul, I got to tell you, I don't think I've ever seen Dustin Farthing go slower. He's got to be disappointed. Had the championship there, had a mechanical, 2 laps from the end. Stuff happens.
But this is why we race, because you never know what the outcome is going to be. Great day of racing here.
Absolutely a positive day of racing.
And again, thanks to our title sponsor, LIQUI-MOLY, and our presenting sponsor, Hydro Turf. JetTrim, of course, providing our live stream coverage, folks. We also want to say thanks to VP Racing Fuels, Commander Yamaha, AOMC, hashtag Get Equipped, Watcom.com, Fresh and Salty Beach Carts, and our official GPS security, Fin GPS.
Find it now.
Absolutely. What we found today was some pretty exciting racing out here on the water in Naples.
It was incredible, Paul, and to all of you on the World Wide Web watching us here, I appreciate you guys. We all appreciate you guys staying with us through the technical problems we've had because of the rain over the past couple of days. Paul, I've got to tell you, Paul Small, you, sir, are a fantastic announcer. I do this with you anytime. I am so happy to have you here with me this weekend, and I look forward to the next time we can do this.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to do it again tomorrow, one more time. Looking forward to it.
You going to be here?
I'll be here.
Me too.
There you go. It's a date.
He's Paul Small. I'm Kurt Nolenberg, and we are out of here.